All right, commissioners, if you can please show your videos, we'll get started. Thank you.
Great, so welcome. I want to call to order tonight's meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Planning Commission, and I'll begin by reading this statement. Due to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Orders N25-20 and N-29-20, which suspend certain requirements of the Brown Act, and the order of the Health Officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the Planning Commissioners will be conducting today's meeting in a virtual setting using Zoom webinar. Commissioners and staff are participating from remote locations and or practicing appropriate social distancing. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting as noted on the city's website and as noted on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to speak during item 4 public comment or during our public hearing items will be able to do so by raising their hand and will be given the ability to address the commission. So with that, I will ask for a roll call, please.
Let the record reflect that all commissioners are present.
Okay, great. With that, we'll move on to the approval of our minutes of our July 9th meeting. Any comments, corrections to those minutes? Not seeing any, those will stand as printed. Okay. Next, we will move on to public comments. Before I open the public comment period, I want to call to the public's attention. It is listed on our agenda that the final item 10.3 is being continued to the August 27th meeting, but just wanted to call that out now in case anyone is waiting to hear that item. We won't be hearing that item tonight. Also, our first report item, it's not a public hearing, it is a report item, but I will be taking and allowing public comment for that item. So with that, I'm going to move on to public comments, which is a time for any member of the public to address the commission on matters of interest to the commission that aren't listed tonight as a public hearing or that aren't a report item, then I will allow public comment. If you are coming in through Zoom, you look for the little raise hand button and push that. That puts you in the queue so that the host can see that you're waiting to speak. If you're dialing in by telephone, you dial *9, and that will do the same thing. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. With that, I'm going to open the public comment period and check and see with our host if anyone is in line to speak tonight.
No one is raising their hands at this time.
Okay. Do that just a couple seconds more. Still no one?
Correct. At this time, no one is raising their hands.
Okay, great. So with that, I will close our public comment period. Note the gavel. And move on to Planning Commissioners report. Commissioners, any reports tonight? Okay, I don't have any either. Then we'll move on to department reports. Any department reports?
Yes, good evening. Can everyone hear me? Great. One, I'm really excited to bring you the downtown plan draft tonight for public comment, and also the EIR. So I know we've been waiting a long time for that. But I wanted to give you an update on some other items that are making its way through their processes. For items that have been going to City Council, I wanted to just do a quick update on one of the things that you'll see is there's a sort of a series of amendments and updates, if you will, to our Resilient City ordinances. We have several actually that piece together and kind of complete a package. The City Council did consider a procedural amendment last Tuesday regarding appeals because, as you know, the ordinances were drafted based on the best available information, and we tried to be as complete as possible, but we lacked some clarity on how reduced review authority would handle an appeal, and so we offered a clarification for that, and council passed that on Tuesday. On August 18th, the City Council will be considering the community involvement strategy for the general plan update. That's been out for public comment for, I think, at least a month. We've had a couple of public meetings on that, one in English and one entirely in Spanish. So we've got some great feedback on that and made some adjustments, and that's going to the City Council on August 18th, which is next Tuesday, for acceptance, and then we'll kick that off and move on with our general plan update process. And then on September 1st, we are looking at the Resilient City Combining District ordinance, and the council will be considering an addition of 3 additional years, a time extension of 3 additional years to that. Otherwise, that Resilient City Combining District, which covers our rebuild area specifically, would expire on October 9th of this year. And it's been 3 years to that date, and so staff will be recommending a time extension before that extension sunsets. So that will be going to the council on September 1st. And let's see, I wanted to also just acknowledge that they haven't been scheduled yet, but what we are looking at doing is also updating and refreshing the citywide Resilient City ordinance. That one covers the entire city, and as you know, that one was packaged to directly respond to the fires, starting with the Tubbs fire, obviously, in addition to the Kincaid fire, looking at primarily housing and in response to that. However, we're looking at updating that ordinance and expanding it to address responses to the COVID emergency. So there will be some economic development measures that we'd like to add to that. Right now, we're putting those items together, and then we'll be going out to the public and vetting those measures before we come to the Planning Commission. So we don't have a date in mind for that, but probably early October we'll be coming through with that package, hopefully with a lot of public input and comment, and then on to City Council. And again, that one doesn't expire until May of next year, but so we have some time to work on that one to see if we want to extend it and to what extent do we want to adjust the scope of it. So I wanted you to be the first to hear that. And that's all I have for my report.
Great, thank you. Statements of extension by commissioners. Any extensions tonight? Nope. Great. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and move on to our report item, which is a report on our downtown station area specific plan. I believe Amy Lyle will be giving us that report.
All right, good afternoon. Mike just gave me the ability to share the presentation, so let me go ahead and do that, and then we'll get started here.
This way.
Mike, it looks like you have to enable my screen sharing.
All right, we're gonna play with the settings on our end. 1 second. All right, the settings have been updated and they should be working now.
All right, is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes, I think.
Yes, great, perfect. All right, well, good evening. This is Amy Lyle, Supervising Planner with the Advanced Planning Team. As Claire said, we're super excited to present this to you tonight. It's been a long time coming. And even though it's not as fun in the virtual environment, we are moving through the plan pretty rapidly, and we're still able to get a lot of robust public feedback. So there are 2 items on your agenda tonight. The first one is going to be an overview of the plan itself, to just walk through it in a general way and to provide you an opportunity to provide feedback. And then the second is on the environmental impact report. And that is the more technical of the document. And we do have a great consultant team on board. So Andrew Hill with Diet and Boccia will be presenting on the EIR. And I'll let him introduce the consultants and sub-consultants that are on the line during that item. And so for this presentation, I'm going to go ahead and walk through some of the history and then walk through each of the different elements of the plan, and then ask for any comments and questions. So first, just to walk through the schedule and what we've done so far. We started this planning effort a little over a year ago, and we've had great feedback throughout. And so I do want to recognize the major contributions of Patrick Streeter, who's since left our department. He's really left a hole, and there's a team of us moving this project forward in his absence. And we hope he's doing well in his new land. So with that, the first component of this plan was really a deep dive into issues and opportunities, and really identifying what the key goals are to move forward. And then the alternatives phase really provided some different options for the public to react to, and to understand what the possibilities were for the downtown, and what certain folks in the community wanted. And that had some really key outreach opportunities, and really went down to the neighborhood level. And so all of those comments have been incorporated into the plan thus far. And then you may remember back December 2019, when you had a joint item with the City Council. And at that time, that's really when the preferred alternative was selected. And since that time, the team has been drafting the plan and the EIR. So tonight, we're sharing the draft plan, which has been out on the street since July 15th. We did have a virtual public outreach meeting on July 15th. And since then, we've been doing a variety of different meetings with the neighborhood. We have quite a few occurring next week and through the rest of the comment period, which ends August 31st. So we are asking for all comments on the plan and the EIR to be provided by August 31st, because we do have a tight turnaround there to be able to incorporate everything into the final draft and to the final EIR. And we do anticipate your next view of the Planning Commission draft, the final draft, on September 24th. And then we are anticipating going to the City Council for potential final adoption on October 13th. So again, tonight is really just to receive feedback, give you all an opportunity to review. And I know you all have been diving in on the draft plan itself, but if there are items that we need to pay particular attention to, now is a really good time to tell us. I will say we're incredibly vulnerable with this plan. We want to know what we got right. We want to know what we got wrong. This really needs to reflect what the community needs, what the development community needs, and really set a vision for what can occur downtown over the next 10 to 20 years. So as far as how we receive public input, you can leave a voice message. We have a number, hotline associated with that. Happens to be my telephone number, so you might get me actually answering the phone, but you can leave a message too. And then we do have the plan posted on our website, and our consultant team has done a great job providing a clear opportunity for comments, because you can read each chapter and then provide a written comment through the website, chapter by chapter. And we have been getting quite a few comments so far. So I really appreciate the effort people have been making to review and provide comments so far. And then already talked about the rest of the schedule there, so I'm going to move on. And just for a little bit of background, the planning area is very similar to the original 2007 downtown area or specific plan. Covers about 720 acres of the central city, and it does include a number of the historic neighborhoods. And it is, although it's an update of the 2007 plan, it really is a new vision. It really is a big overhaul. The 2007 plan was adopted in anticipation of the smart rail coming through and really envisioned a large amount of development occurring. And we know over time that that plan did not realize the success that it envisioned for a variety of reasons, partly due to the economic downturn. But we know that there have been barriers to development. We know things have not worked. And so this plan really strives to provide a more simplistic approach, a more flexible approach, but providing a key vision of what the development needs to happen and what it needs to encompass. So for this planning effort, we did retain the 6 key goals that were in the 2007 plan. We heard from the community that these were still valid and that we still need to really look at that mix of job housing balance and the mix of diverse uses and really creating a cultural and business hub downtown and continuing that work. So as I mentioned, we have been doing quite a bit of robust outreach. We've gotten a lot of feedback from individuals, from community groups, from the business community, and we have been working very closely with a community advisory committee, and they have really provided the opportunity to engage with the public in different ways and have been really great as far as press and getting the word out for us and telling us, what populations we're missing or we want to hear from. And then the technical advisory committee is comprised of staff and other local and statewide agencies. And that group has met on 3 occasions and has also provided valuable input on a lot of the mechanics of the plan. So with that, let's get into the plan. So we're going to go through each chapter with you, and we organize this in a way so it is really simple. We want there to be a very clear approach, and we want this plan to really look and feel in a way of what we want downtown to be. So hopefully if you've seen the online version or the print version, it is a plan that will not be sitting on the shelf, and we want people to use and to enjoy. And we feel our consultants did a great job with some of the graphics in here as well. And so just to start off with the vision statement here, we really want to create the aspirations of what we want downtown to be. This vision statement is really capturing what we heard from the community. And I also want to note that in our introduction chapter, there is a new set of guiding principles that really sets a framework for the rest of the plan. So if you haven't looked at that, I invite you to really dive in, because that is going to be used for not just this planning effort, but as planners, we look back at that when we look at projects to see, does that really fit in? Does this proposal meet the overall vision and the intent behind the plan? So that's an important piece. And actually, Andrew Triple wrote the guiding principles, and I think he did a great job. All right, so we'll start with land use. So this chapter covers existing land use, what development potential is in the downtown area, and then proposes new land use designations. It also looks at economic vitality, art and culture, and really promoting that walkable pattern downtown and making sure that the land uses are providing a framework where there's active ground floors and a lot of pedestrian interest. So this chapter really does talk about how we are hoping to facilitate significant new development. We are hoping to get 7,000 plus housing units in the downtown through this plan. And so there are key moves and goals associated with that, which we'll get into here. So this planning area is pretty widely diverse. It is a large area, about 720 acres, and really represents a lot of different neighborhoods. So we want those neighborhoods to really retain that character, but we want to identify the areas where key change could occur. So the plan does look at opportunity areas. That term is not associated with some of the regional government opportunity zones or things that you've heard, but it's really just for the purpose of this plan, looking at the areas where there's vacant or underutilized properties, surface parking lots that may be ripe for redevelopment, or areas where we really feel there should be a shift and a concentration and intensification of uses. And you can see on this table the breakdown of the different land uses that are envisioned. And so not just residential, but also a lot of non-residential square footage as well, and how it's broken out in those different areas. So as part of this, we are hoping to create new land use categories, and these will be translated into new zoning districts. There will be a zoning ordinance that will accompany the final plan, so that will be coming forward at your September meeting. So we hope to implement this plan in one fell swoop. But these new land use designations include the urban core, and that will have the most intensity of uses, the tallest buildings that are envisioned. There is a station area land use, and that's really more for visitor serving uses around the station and housing. And then maker mixed use, and that is envisioned to be retaining a lot of the industrial land that's already in the Maxwell court area, and then in the southern portion around Sebastopol Road and south of the creek. And that will hopefully create live-work options and more of a village feel around those areas. And then our neighborhood mixed use proposes to create or retain that neighborhood feel with a mix of housing opportunities, but pockets of supportive retail. And then finally, we have a park designation, and you will see the symbology for the urban park civic space around the planning area. And I just want to note those are flexible. These do not note the specific parcels under them, but it does discuss in a general area where we want those parks and civic spaces to occur. Obviously, Courthouse Square is already there. One of the other key moves that the land use chapter presents is the floor area ratio. So this is one of the biggest pivots in the plan, and the objective is to replace the height and density regulations with a floor area ratio system. And so this really allows flexibility for developers to, instead of a maximum building height, you have a maximum building area. So architects and developers can really decide what works best. It doesn't even define a number of units, so it allows for a lot of innovation. And this tool has been used really effectively in other vibrant downtowns across the state. And the other thing I'd like to note is that the floor area ratio, the pivot away from density and height will only occur in those key opportunity areas. So it will not be plan-wide, but it's really focused on the core and then those key areas of change. And another aspect is housing affordability and homelessness. Those are key issues downtown, and we wanted to make sure this plan promotes the policies to help craft solutions, but also to provide incentives for affordable housing, to create units that are more affordable by design, live work opportunities. And then also we've heard from the community that across the city, we lack multifamily apartments or units that are larger for families, so 3-bedroom plus. So this plan hopes to promote more of those uses through incentives. So that we will move on to mobility. So the mobility chapter really focuses on the circulation network that we already have in place. We do have a wonderful grid system to work with. We already have an adopted, most recently updated bike and master plan. So this is really hoping to create that multimodal view and providing opportunities for all types of transportation to share the street. And some of the key moves and differences in this plan is that it does look at enhanced east-west connections, looking at the mall connection. And so although a lot of these are not infrastructure related, there's a lot in here about wayfinding and some of the more passive things that can occur that don't cost a lot of money, but provide that overall view and sense of place that really can create that multimodal opportunity. So as I noted, this really does build on the existing bike and ped master plan. It does want to create safer and more comfortable pedestrian environments. It does include policies about illuminating certain areas of the underpasses and just creating a more safe place for pedestrians in general, especially along the Prince Memorial Greenway. And then again, those east-west connections, not only are we looking at the mall and the pass-through through the mall, which will be a pedestrian pass-through, but also looking at bus service. And the plan does envision a downtown loop, which would connect the Railroad Square, Smart Station, and the Transit Mall, and then the downtown area. So, and then also a lot of enhancements related to just the roads itself and the striping, and then parklets as well. So another key move that the downtown plan promotes is unbundling of parking. So the plan as drafted will remove parking requirements in the whole entire plan area. And this also creates flexibility for development. We've heard from developers that it's very expensive to build in general, and that parking is also one of the major components that increases cost, sometimes up to 10% of the total cost of the project. So eliminating parking minimums doesn't mean that parking will not be built or provided. It really just allows the developers to build and develop the parking that they feel is appropriate for their use. And so we do anticipate parking to still be provided. And one of the ways that there is opportunity is the plan also provides some discussion on shared parking agreements. And some of those shared parking agreements have already been in discussion with some downtown projects. But what it does is it provides incentives for the developers to use underutilized surplus parking that we already have in the city. So they don't have to build something associated with their project, but can be under contract to provide that for residents in an area that's already underutilized. All right, moving on to urban design. So this chapter really changes how we think about development occurring in a way that we want there to be the development occurring in the core opportunity areas, but we want to preserve the other remaining areas of the plan. So this does look at historic resources and policies around how do we preserve those preservation districts and make sure that they will be retained. but also provide that opportunity and streamlining for the development to occur in the opportunity areas. It also looks at our urban design and our guidelines. So we are anticipating an update to our design guidelines and to the standards that we have in the zoning code. And some of the interesting things in this is really looking at the transition areas between the historic districts and the downtown, and then looking at wayfinding and other ways to kind of celebrate our historic and cultural elements, excuse me. Okay, so as part of this plan, we are providing some guidance on active floor spaces. So we have heard from the development community that requiring retail on the bottom floor is not feasible. So we are proposing to provide additional flexibility in other ways that we can still create a pleasant pedestrian environment and still activate the ground floor, but through a variety of different options. So we do have in the plan identified certain areas where this ground floor activation would be required. And then the plan also identifies those key transition areas between the preservation districts and the opportunity areas. And so what we want is to not have a one-story bungalow next to a 20-story building. We want there to be a comfortable progression. And so the plan does propose a policy that puts setbacks in place and also looks at the daylight plane of the structure that's proposed. That's going to be taller. And so we do want people to really look at those policies and see if this is a good fit. We've done our best to really look at other jurisdictions and what has worked. And we want to be able to make sure that our transition areas do reflect the history we want to retain, but still provide the development that we want downtown. And then in working closely with our Parks Department, we have drafted this Parks and Civic Space table, and the plan itself envisions quite a lot of different opportunities for parks and open space. And we have also included a few areas where we can encourage parklets or other types of spaces that may even be bolstered due to COVID and more businesses and restaurants wanting to move outside. And then also the historic resources. So as part of the EIR, there was a historic resource evaluation. And to help our development be more streamlined downtown, one key thing that the plan envisions is that there is an historic survey completed to be able to streamline those properties that do not have historic value, but to identify those properties that do have historic value and need to be retained. So the graphic on your screen really just shows those opportunity areas and the age eligible nature of the structures. So we did do a historic survey for each catalyst site that has been identified in the plan. And you'll probably be able to see this much better online or in your copy. But the catalyst sites are identified in red here. And those are a mixture of private and public sites that we anticipate development to occur, that we really wanted to do the historic survey in advance to identify any hurdles or anticipated requirements associated with historic structures. So this the historic survey that's envisioned under this plan is actually already funded through Senate Bill 2, and we will be putting out an RFP to accomplish that historic survey within the next 1 to 2 years. So that is something that we are jumping on and really hoping to have in our toolkit to be able to help streamline development and to protect those historic resources that need to be protected. Public services and sustainability. This is really just looking at the network of public services that we have in the downtown. It's looking at the environmental components and police services, schools, any hazards that are downtown, and really making sure that we're consistent with other plans and efforts that are going on. So it does identify infrastructure and presents some policy framework for development as it occurs. So we have worked closely with our water and public works departments to identify the various infrastructure improvements that would need to be developed and funded through this plan. And all of this is in a lot more detail within the plan itself. Another component that we looked at is air quality. Most people don't realize that along the mainly Highway 101, there is a large amount of toxic air contaminants that can be problematic for health. And many of our developments end up doing a health risk assessment, such as Caritas, through their environmental impact report. So this plan, we wanted to identify what areas were going to be problematic and what stationary sources exist in the plan area, so that it is very clear to developers when a health risk assessment may be necessary, or and when those mitigations would be triggered. And then hazards and emergency response. We have worked closely with fire and police to make sure that we have incorporated policy that support their efforts, that reflect the work that's already occurring, and that we're looking at our vulnerabilities in the community as far as heat days and air quality issues and power shutoffs. And hopefully this downtown area will not have to deal with power shutoffs, but we are looking at all those potential hazards and the required emergency response that would be required. And then because this is a specific plan, state law does require us to really look at all the different components that's required in the plan and prepare a financing plan to go with this. So we have to show how all of these improvements will be funded. And as part of that, we also look to see how this development will be phased. This is a 20-year plan, but we do hope and envision that most of the development will occur in the next 5 to 15 years. So we did lay out how much could occur within those timeframes, and this also helps us to identify what infrastructure would need to occur to support these developments as they move on. And as part of that, the financing is right in line with that. So we do look at the grant opportunities, the impact fees that are associated with development as it occurs, and how all of that will be funded. So all of that detail is in the plan. We do want feedback on this part as well as all the rest. This isn't as shiny, as I guess I should say, as some of the other parts, but it's still very important. So I've noted that we are hoping to get as much input as we can until August 31st, and then we will be preparing our draft. So we do have quite a bit of outreach scheduled for the next few weeks with some of the preservation districts on the neighborhood level. We are meeting with some of the groups through the Metro Chamber. We will be having a monolingual meeting in Spanish towards the end of the month. So we would love to hear about how we can reach more people in the community and really want to get the word out. So with that, I will pause for questions here, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Chair Cisco, you're muted.
Somebody must have done that for me because I shouldn't be. Okay, so commissioners, what I'm thinking is, since it's a report item, let's go ahead and take questions of the commission. Let's get all our questions answered. Then we'll go ahead and make our comments. And then following that, I'll open it up and see if there are any members of the public that want to weigh in on that. I think that's the most efficient way to handle it. So, any questions? Vice Chair Weeks. Vice Chair Weeks.
Okay, there. Okay. I can't do two things at once. A couple of questions, and I know, Amy, that this report was done pre-COVID, but it would be, I think, somewhere in the report an acknowledgement that things have changed, and some of the comments about, say, the plaza downtown, the shopping mall, and just throughout the report, like even just in the introduction, some kind of statement about the impact of COVID.
Yes, I do think it's important to note that it is interesting because a lot of this plan already envisioned the need for economic recovery due to fires and various other issues. So COVID is just another part of that, and will continue to be resilient. But there are some key things in the plan that we can bolster in response to COVID, and we can certainly recognize that in the intro section. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Amy, this is Andrew with Diet and Bhatia. I would, if I could, through the chair, just add a little comment to say that in Chapter 6 of the plan, there is an acknowledgement of the instability brought on by COVID, and so there is a start of an acknowledgement of the potential impacts there and how the implementation is subject to that. But if you think there's other things that we can do to emphasize the effects of COVID throughout the plan in other places, please let us know. We can certainly take that feedback on board.
Can you tell me where that is in that section?
Yes, I think it's right. I don't have the document open, but I think it's right in maybe the first or the second page of Chapter 6. If you give me a moment, I can find it for you.
I think it's page 6-2.
I see it. Okay, under phasing. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't know how I missed that. And then on the monitoring, how will you do that? I think you envisioned every 2 years there'd be a monitoring of the of what's contained in the plan, and then related to that is, well, answer that question first. I'm sorry. So how do you envision doing the monitoring?
Sure. In a similar way that we monitor our general plan, we have written in every 2 years we will look at this plan, look at the policies, look to see what development has occurred, to see how successful certain components have been, how much development has occurred, and really provides us a lens to just see what has been successful and what hasn't in order for us to pivot appropriately.
Great, thank you. And then I think just two more questions. On page 3-8-30, or that's, okay. I tabbed it, but I have too many tabs. Hold on, I'm sorry. It had to do with the broadband. Oh, actually, never. I think I might be heading towards the EIR. So I will look. I will find that question and then get back to you as we can circle back. But then my last question has to do with how do these the housing numbers play into our regional housing needs?
So we, as part of our general plan update, we will be updating our housing element. And right now, we are working on a regional effort with ABEG, MTC on what our new regional housing needs assessment will be. How many units will we need to provide? We are anticipating quite an increase of at least 100%. So as of right now, we are not meeting our needs allocation, our RENA numbers. So this will only help to bolster our efforts to create more housing.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now. Thank you.
Questions, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Carter? You need to unmute, yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, well, I did write a bunch of questions for Amy, and I'll try to sort of mush them together so I don't take up too much airtime here. I was struck by the data that indicated there's 62% of the area workers in the plan area come from outside the area. And obviously with the move to create a variety and a large number of housing units, we're looking to get a lot of those workers living in the area. Can we talk a little bit about strategies specifically targeted for trying to get the housing and jobs in balance? Right now we have more jobs than housing. We talk a lot about incentives through streamlining and regulatory or barrier reduction, but it seems like there needs to be some other thing that motivates the kind of people we expect to work town to want to live in the area. Can you speak to that for us, please?
Sure, I can. This is Andrew again with Diet and Bhatia. I'm happy to take that on. I think that I think this gets to some of the barriers to housing in the downtown area, and that's really at the heart of a lot of the strategies that have been incorporated into the draft plan. It's about identifying those barriers and removing them in order to facilitate housing production and production of housing of at different types and different levels of affordability to really be able to provide opportunities for people of all ages, at all stages of life, and at all income levels. And so specifically, I think Amy touched on a number of the strategies that have been incorporated, but the move towards controlling height and density through FAR is a way of really removing regulatory barriers for developers and facilitating, giving them the room to create a product that is viable in the market, to try out new construction types, new construction materials that may be more cost effective, and allow them to build a product that is feasible in Santa Rosa, even with high construction costs. So that's one example. I think there's I think the idea of leveraging surplus parking, underutilized parking in city-owned lots and garages, making that available to larger residential developments so that to offset the costs. That's a tool that will be employed to help make those higher density residential projects that have been so difficult to build downtown more financially feasible, and in doing that, kickstart the construction of housing and start to address that jobs housing imbalance that you're talking about.
Well, thank you. Another big land use. I'm getting an echo here. I'm not sure why. Anyway, retail is an important land use in this plan area, but it's been cited that the rise of e-commerce and other factors are really hurting brick and mortar retail operations. Is there something we could do in the plan that would emphasize residential supporting retail, the kind of retail that with the people who we want to live in these areas would need to make it walkable and more or less self-contained?
Yeah, I can respond to that, and then Andrew, feel free to chime in as well. But one thing that we are trying to do is to kind of get out of the way of what type of retail should occur and not require retail on the bottom floor or on the ground floor for mixed use or residential structures. So the plan does allow developers to provide what they feel is necessary. So we're getting away from the typical types of residential development, retail development that would occur, because I think we are seeing not just post-COVID, but in general, that the amount of retail needed to support residential is not as much as it used to be as we move more online. So the plan does recognize that flexibility, but also tries to get out of the way and let that be more market driven. Andrew, do you have anything to add on that one?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think increasing the number of rooftops downtown is the best way to support retail, and that's certainly a big focus of the plan. But I think another component of the rise of online shopping is a change in people's habits and priorities as well. There's really been a companion shift towards experiential retail. People don't just go downtown or go shopping to buy a commodity, but they go to enjoy an experience. And so I think the emphasis in the plan on public spaces, on activated civic spaces, that give you a reason to be downtown, and while you're downtown to eat at a restaurant or purchase something as well. The plan really tries to emphasize that, to creating that special experience that'll bring people downtown, and in so doing support the vitality of the existing retail and also the new retail that will follow.
Hi, this is Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning. I wanted to add my 2 cents too, because one of the things that we've heard over and over again from the existing residents in the downtown is a real interest in a grocery store, a hardware store, some practical, specific retail. And so one of the things that this plan needs to do and will do, and it also will make sure the zoning supports that, is that those uses that are clearly desirable by residents in the downtown, existing and those that will be moving in, that those are streamlined and by right type of uses, so that we really remove any obstacle to getting what's already been stated as desired.
Any other questions? Commissioner Duggan.
Hi, Amy. I have a couple of questions. The first is in the mobility section, I didn't see anything specifically requiring or discussing plans for calming of the transition areas where, like, high-speed traffic exiting the freeway, like 101 at 3rd Street, is calmed as it heads towards the downtown area. It's just sort of a transition on all the higher speed, higher volume streets that surround the plan area, as far as making it an easier experience for pedestrians to negotiate. So I'm wondering if that can be more explicitly incorporated in the plan. So that's question number one.
Yeah, so we do identify the network in the plan that does anticipate retaining that high volume of traffic. So in the plan, you'll see that some are identified as regional streets, and those will have more traffic than some of those parkway streets. If you think there are some of those key intersections that need attention that we could identify, that would be important feedback. We have identified certain intersections that do need improvements or wayfinding or additional crosswalks to really create that pedestrian environment. So we do invite more comments on that. Okay, thank you. And for my next question, relates to the slide on air quality and talking about the health risk assessments. And the main first thing that struck me about this slide is how many existing dwelling units are, people actually live in those areas with that have a lot of pollutants. And is there any way to put in the plan information for people in existing units? Because I know part of the success of the plan is to build on what we have as far as residents in the downtown area before we add to them. But is there any way to add to the plan information about how people in, like, an existing older home that might have leaky windows and might be exposing themselves to the polluted air can get maybe their loan locations or some kind of information about improving their existing properties so that they can continue living there healthfully? We certainly can. I agree. I don't think that it's well known as far as the prevalence of bad air quality around the highway system. So we could add something into the plan. A lot of the typical mitigation measures that I'm sure Andrew will talk about in the next item tend to be air filtration. And those are easy things to do if the home is of a certain age. But there are other loan opportunities through the county's PACE program or opportunities that can, help with windows and other things. So perhaps there's an opportunity to put a little bit about existing infrastructure in the plan, but then maybe there could be other things as a city we could be providing as far as public information as well.
Okay, great. And then my last question is, you mentioned opportunities for shared parking, and it sounds like the emphasis right now is on like city-owned or publicly owned lots. Is there any kind of idea to incentivize privately owned lots that are maybe used during the 8 to 5 window to let them have shared parking for like people coming downtown for restaurants and things like that, and like a shared parking agreement for a privately owned lot? Because when you go downtown, pre-COVID these days, but when you go downtown you see like lots that have been chained off because the offices are closed, but they could be used for somebody coming downtown to go to a restaurant. So is there any kind of idea about incentivizing those like privately owned lots to be used for shared parking?
We certainly could. I will say Kim, our parking manager, is on the call. If it's possible to unmute her, she might have a little more information on that front. Are you able to speak, Kim?
Hi, yes, this is Kim Nadeau, the parking manager. It's the plan, and maybe the authors might want to speak to this too, but they did, my recollection was there was a section in the draft that did speak to shared parking with private property owners as well as publicly owned city lots. So that's always on the table as a possibility. It's not something that the city has pursued to date of working with private owners in terms of having a shared parking agreement, but it's certainly something that is one that we could explore in the future as the situation changes and as demand increases. I'm not sure if that fully answered your question.
Else, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Krupke, were you wanting to ask a question? Yeah.
Yeah, just one quick question. Has there been any considerations now that there's been a temporary closure of 4th Street to the concept of a permanent closure, maybe not a 4th Street, but somewhere down there, creating like a promenade or something like that for foot traffic? I know it's kind of hard to gauge exactly the impact of that right now. Was there any discussion about that with businesses or amongst the staff?
So the plan does envision creating that flexibility, but it doesn't suggest doing anything on a permanent basis. And I know those conversations on what's happening temporarily have been ongoing and whether those get expanded or not. But we could provide some additional flexibility in the plan, but I am not sure how others will feel. So that is something that we would want to hear more about.
This is Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning. It's definitely been a point of conversation through the process. There has not been clear consensus to be so bold as to literally close it on the plan. So what the plan does is, like Amy explained, it doesn't preclude it. So that's something that can be considered on a temporary basis, like we're trying now. And those are really great opportunities to pilot ideas where we do have mixed reviews by visitors and the folks that are directly affected. And so the good news is we would be able to work with the community to do that if we wanted to in the future.
Any other questions right now? Yeah, Commissioner Collier.
Yes, thank you, Amy. I had asked a couple questions as well, and thank you, Commissioner Krupke, for also asking one of the same questions that I had asked. But are any of the mixed uses retail and office only above?
Do you mean, does it solely allow office above?
Yeah, my main question is just to not, I would love for there to be the flexibility, because just as we're seeing with COVID that, our whole office demand has been shifting as well. So making sure that there's not a requirement for office above retail so that something could pivot to residential. That's my main concern. Just that there's enough flexibility in the mixed use to meet market demands.
Yes, I believe the plan does provide that flexibility, but I will ask Andrew if he has additional things to add to that.
Yes, exactly. I think we've been very conscious of not mandating things. I think frankly the example of vacant retail on Healdsburg Avenue is a perfect example of why you shouldn't mandate things. And so we've been very conscious of providing incentives and a lot of flexibility. And I think if you take a look at the urban design chapter, you'll see a lot about standards that anticipate the conversion of maybe ground floor residential makes sense now, but as development takes place and there's more people and more activity downtown, it might make sense to convert that to retail or restaurant at some point in the future. And so the standards do anticipate that kind of flexibility as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And then also, could you provide a little bit more clarity on just in regards to the opportunity areas? If a project is not in a specific opportunity area, does that change the amount of streamlining measures or any kind of opportunities for, like what I'm saying is, what if there's a project that's not specifically in an opportunity area, but that could essentially be a catalyst site for downtown development?
So the opportunity areas do have a little additional streamlining because we are hoping to do the historic evaluation on those sites and remove those regulatory barriers for studies that need to occur. But the whole plan area really does benefit from streamlining simply from being within a priority development area. So and we'll talk about this during the next item as well, but the environmental impact report provides a tremendous amount of streamlining. So anything that occurs that's consistent with the plan will benefit.
Great, thank you. And then my last thing is that I had emailed about the study of potential gentrification sites, and you had sent over the housing, what was it called? Affordable housing and anti-displacement strategy. And I just really think that should be on the website and a part of, and maybe referenced to in the plan, so people can read that report, as it's pretty extensive and well thought out.
Thank you. Yes, we will certainly post that on the website.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a few. It's a little bit, probably more of a comment than a question now, but and I'll also add it when we get to the EIR. But I think we need to it lists the Roseland specific plan as one of our planning documents that will require amendment because it does contain that portion of Roberts Road between the freeway and Sebastopol Road in the same way that the downtown station area plan does, and those land uses will need to be changed to reflect the downtown station area plan. And maybe recited in or also in the regulatory implementation part of that. So we don't forget that will need to be done. I spoke with an individual from the St. Rose neighborhood this morning, and they were talking about, I hear you have a couple of different meetings coming up with the historic districts, and I think that's great. I know it will also go as a report item in front of the DRB and CHB, but the question that they have is how to make more concrete and meaningful their design guidelines, which don't always appear to be followed. And I believe they were told that this would be a good time to somehow incorporate those guidelines as part of the zoning code amendments that we'll be doing for the downtown plan. Is that something that you're looking for when you have these meetings, that kind of input from them, or how would that get accomplished? And can that get accomplished in this short amount of time?
Yes. So I did have a walking tour with that group last week, which was fantastic. And I did suggest that one of the best ways to further encourage the preservation of the district and to delineate what you want is to have more information into the standards that really are providing more clear direction. So as part of this planning effort, we are going to be bringing forward a zoning ordinance and an update to the design guidelines. So next Wednesday, we'll be going to a joint meeting with the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board to present the draft plan. And then in mid-September, we'll go to an additional joint meeting to present the zoning ordinance and design guidelines. And at that time, we will have the final plan forming, so we will know how to accomplish those zoning amendments and the standards and then the guidelines. But our key goal is to really make sure it's very clear as far as the transition zones, what needs to occur, and then what is flexible and what is not. So I think the conversations we'll be having with the preservation districts over the next few weeks will be very key, because we are interested to hear what do they feel has not worked, where does there need to be more teeth in our guidelines or in the standards, and moving some of that information from guidelines into the standards in the code is one way to provide that additional teeth. And that also helps to provide clarity to applicants and developers on what they can and can't do and where does that flexibility exist. And some of these districts may feel differently about certain areas. And so that's the kind of stuff that we want to hear.
This is Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning. Just this question has come up a number of times, and everything that Amy said is true. This is an opportunity to refresh our design guidelines that are for all historic districts and transitionary areas. It's an opportunity to add specific ones for specific transition areas next to specific preservation districts. So this is the opportunity to add that this process, but not necessarily in the plan, but in the next step, which is to do the implementation zoning aspects and design guidelines. But just for background, because I think it might have been confusing as we were going through the public process for this plan, is when the 2007 downtown plan came through, and particularly a couple of years after that, when we were implementing the zoning that supported the plan, one of the things that happened is that we looked at some of the plan developments that were downtown that would not be furthered by the policies in the downtown plan, because, as you know, plan developments can get outdated as soon as you write them. Well, the St. Rose neighborhood had the benefit of a plan development, which for land use had gotten outdated, and the design guidelines, they had their own. But looking at the whole of the issue there, the public decision, we went through a community process. We had neighborhood meetings, and then Cultural Heritage Board, Design Review Board, and Planning Commission all weighed in. And what happened was the St. Rose neighborhood was rezoned to straight district to maximize the benefits of what the city offers in terms of historic design guidelines, downtown guidelines, and the downtown plan principles. But this is the process where if they feel like there's a gap between what we have and what they want, this is where they would speak up and participate in that process.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. That's great to hear. And then the last question has to do with that and our workload coming up. You know, it says in the implementation chapter, and you mentioned that we will be, at the same time that we are hopefully recommending approval of the downtown station area plan, we'll also have in front of us to recommend to the city council approval of the general plan amendments that are required, the Roseland specific plan amendments that are required, and the zoning code amendments that are required? I mean, are we gonna get all of that at the same time, so it's all concurrently going up to city council? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that is our goal. So you will have the recommendation on the plan and the EIR, a zoning ordinance, and then there will be a set of other minor consistency tweaks for other plans. So there's a few things in the bike and pedestrian master plan. I will be speaking to the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee on the 20th. And so we will be bringing forward information from all the various advisory groups on those as well.
Okay, that's great. And I know you also got some comments from the Waterways Advisory Committee. All of those will be looked at and potentially incorporated in tweaking the plan.
Yes, correct. I spoke with that committee on July 28th.
Okay, great. Any other questions before we move on to comments? Yeah, Commissioner Carter.
Sorry. Yeah, Amy, I was hoping that the presentation would help me with my confusion of the MOB policy 1.1. Did you understand the question? And for the benefit of the other commissioners, I'm just going to read it because it's confusing to me. Maintain a roadway classification system as illustrated in figure MOB1 with the following segments as boulevards designed to accommodate transit, bicycles, and pedestrian facilities together with vehicle traffic. I'm not sure what the following segments as boulevards refers to. There are some streets listed in following policies, but I think it must apply wider than Mendocino and Roberts Avenue.
We can work on clarifying that, but Andrew, do you have anything that you can speak to on that one?
I think I'd have to look into it as well. I think there, it sounds like there may have been some language that was left out, but I'd like to look into that and refer. And
it's pretty important because it shows up as a mitigation in a lot of the EIR stuff. So.
Okay, thank you. We'll make sure to look into that.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we go on to comments? Okay, let's go on to comments. Anybody wishing to start on that? And this is just a time to comment generally about the plan and where it's heading and what you think about it, positive, negative, so that we can help Ms. Lyle make sure she's hitting the target here. Okay, Vice Chair, you can start.
Okay. Thank you, Amy, for your presentation. I think it was very well done and thorough, and I really appreciated it. I also really appreciate the fact that you heard us the last time about some of the new land use designations and the flexibility that's within the plan. The one concern I have is the historic resource survey and the fact that it needs to be done, and I know you have the grant for it, but I know if we could become, and help me with the term, a local agency, what's the right term for historic?
Certified local government.
Thank you, certified local government. It would be helpful for everybody, and I think if we can encourage the council to spend some money on that for a one-time thing, it would be beneficial in the long run for this. I like the comments that around the streamlined by rights for uses such as grocery store, hardware store, that kind of thing. I think will be very beneficial. I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when we get development downtown, apartments, condos, whatever downtown. So overall, I appreciate thoroughness of the report, and thank you.
Great. Commissioner Kaya, you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, I echo a lot of what Vice Chair Weeks said. I think it was a great presentation, and the report is definitely moving in the right direction, in my opinion. And I think it's exciting to see what is going to be on the horizon when we build dense housing downtown. And I think moving to the FAR ratio, I think that is it's a really big move that should be celebrated. And I'm excited to see where we end up in 20 years.
Commissioner Carter, anything you'd like to say?
Only to echo my fellow commissioners, and that I think that the plan is pointing us in a very good direction, and it is a blueprint for the kind of downtown and station area we want. I think the moves to connect the two areas are vitally important, and I've already given Amy my thoughts on how I think 3rd Street can help that connection between the two areas. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Duggan.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think Commissioner Chair Cisco and I were the only two who were on the Planning Commission in 2007 when the original plan was adopted. So want to say thank you for making this so much clearer and easier to follow. I think the last plan sort of suffered from being overly prescriptive, and we see how it didn't really pan out. So I think this is a nice change of direction, and I have all sorts of optimism about it. Let's see, I'm really in favor of the shared parking agreements. I like using the floor area ratio for guiding the building development and encouraging parklets and things like that. A few comments specifically on the plan. You asked about when I mentioned about calming and different traffic areas. I know E Street is set to be restriped and have bike lanes added to it between College and Sonoma. And I think that intersection has not been reevaluated since Courthouse Square was reunified. And I think the reunification of Courthouse Square has put more northbound traffic onto East Street. And if you're encouraging people to walk and bicycle to downtown across College there, you're setting up people for negative interaction. So I think that there should be a note about evaluating that intersection and whether it needs to have a dedicated left turn signal for cars traveling northward. And then also, my main quibble with one of the standards is standard DS1, and it's a super minor standard. It's on page 4.43, and using as one of the new development should provide 3 or more of the following, and including in here is included is bicycle racks and trash recycling receptacles. And I think especially in the downtown area, maybe the community benefits district in the downtown should be citing those kind of things, so we don't have a hodgepodge of too many bike racks in one area, too many trash cans in one area, not enough in another, and something like those kind of things should be more. There should be a more comprehensive plan and more comprehensive citing for those kind of amenities. I think that's all I've got, so thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
So again, let me join the chorus. I think it was an excellent presentation. I think the plan itself is impressive. Having had our hands held throughout this process, it's nice to see sort of, those Legos for the FAR coming into focus, and seeing a lot of the great policies that we're sort of aspiring to. I think the removing parking requirements is an absolutely excellent idea. Let me echo Commissioner Duggan on that. There is so much parking downtown that is so underutilized. I think this is a great solution instead of dedicating even more space that could be housing or public goods to vehicle storage is a great idea. I think the flexibility built into the plan is great. I think that's, the COVID-19 pandemic has been quite an interesting time in that it has really exposed sort of the flaws, the weaknesses in the way things were running. And I don't want to rely too much on what I hope is a temporary situation to, set up long-term guidance. But I think that some of the stuff that it's pointed out would be valuable to be a little bit more aggressive or aspirational in this. And one of those is, I think, commuting patterns probably are going to change for the medium and long term. I mean, if Google's saying they're not going to be back in the office till June 2021, I think people are going to get, to the extent that they can, a lot more used to working from home and maybe commuting to a shared workspace by bike or walking. So I think on the mobility portion of it, the bike and pedestrian master plan, I think is good, but what we always hear from the advisory committees and the groups is that people want separation between bikes and cars. They want more dedicated bike paths. I think there's a lot of good stuff in here. I just think it could go a little bit farther. Again, if in keeping with the spirit of flexibility, if we want to maximize, the opportunities, I think, I'd be, along with Commissioner Krepke, a little bit more aggressive about, 4th Street closures, a lot more pedestrian-oriented stuff, especially as you're trying to maintain that flexibility, that appeal to the human scale in the new developments that are going to go in downtown. Along those same lines, I would be, you don't want to let a good crisis go to waste, and it seems like a great time to jam through something on 4th Street for pedestrians. There's a big piece of land there that has seen a big hit, and again, extrapolating short-term issues and the long-term trends may not be coming back anytime soon. So again, I think I'm glad to see it in there. I think it will happen, but I think that again, that should be really, really key to the redevelopment and the aspirational nature of this. I think that's it for me. Again, I think it's great. I would just, as we look at these changes in mobility and land use, commuting, all that sort of stuff, I would just want to see a little bit more aspiration, a little bit more aggressiveness, so that when the next crisis happens, we can really seize on it and make downtown and Santa Rosa a lot more walkable, livable, commutable space.
Commissioner Krepke.
Being almost the last one to go, the penultimate one to go, makes it really easy because everyone's already said a lot of the good stuff I wanted to say. So, I agree. The floor area ratio, that concept is amazing. The flexibility, I think the plan's going the right way, providing a lot of flexibility within it to do some things. I liked what I read about kind of the look and feel of it, including the parklets, the transparency minimums, and the awnings requirements, because the look and feel is the first thing that people see in terms of commerce and tourism. I agree with the parking recs let's see, the transition areas are going to be crucial. But overall, I think it's very, very good in terms of what it's proposing and the flexibility that's provided to do a few different things depending on what takes place in the next few years. So, I'm very pleased with what I've seen so far.
Great, and I'm really pleased too. This is such an ambitious timeline and undertaking, and I'm so impressed with the level of outreach that that the city has done. Before I got my hard copy of the plan and the EIR, I did go online, which I am wont to do. I don't really like to do that. And I was really impressed with how easy it would be for anybody to make a comment and to navigate reading the plan and being able to make a comment. So I really appreciate the level of outreach that you're going back to the neighborhoods. Again, losing Patrick Streeter, Amy Lyle just picked up the ball and ran with it and has done an amazing job with everyone that has worked with her to keep this thing on track, which was so important before COVID. And it'll be an interesting, exercise here post-COVID. There's other ideas in place. I'm very happy, obviously, with the Roberts Road situation and keeping that connected, declaring it an opportunity site. I like the land uses. So I'm very, very happy with how that came to be and pleased. I hope something will happen with that. I like the flexibility. I like where we're headed with it. And like the other commissioners have said, there may be an opportunity out of COVID to get this auto-free corridor through 4th Street. And with implementation, it doesn't really cite what would kick this off, but the organization, the TMA of the downtown businesses and chamber and the city trying to work with how do we best get traffic, pedestrian, et cetera, through there. I really think establishing that sooner rather than later would be a key part of implementing so many of the aspects of, the plan in terms of parking and mobility, et cetera. So I'm happy that policy is in there, and I hope that can get looked at. And again, just the ambitiousness of getting this thing done, and that in September we can expect to get this enormous package of stuff. It's impressive. So thanks to staff for all that hard work. It's really very amazing. I do have to say, when I was looking at the plan online, I kept waiting for the artwork to clear up so I could see the photograph of each picture, and then I realized, oh, it's supposed to be blurred like that. It's arty. So anyway, I like the look and feel of the plan and the simplicity. Like Commissioner Duggan said, we were there for the last one, and it was heavy duty and heady and cumbersome and all of the above. So this one's a great improvement. So thanks for that. And so with that, I did indicate I will take any comments from the public if there are any. If you're out there on Zoom, you can push the raise hand button to be recognized. If you're calling in, you can hit *9, and I'll wait a few minutes here and check with the host to see if there's anyone wishing to speak from the public.
Yes, it looks like we have a couple of people with their hands raised. It'll just be 1 second.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just to remind those people speaking, this is the opportunity to talk about the plan itself. We will be moving on to the EIR, at which time I'm going to hopefully try to restrict comments to the actual environmental issues, but this is definitely your time to talk generally about the plan.
Chair Cisco, just to clarify, is this a public comment that you're officially wanting to open, or are we just taking comments?
Oh, I didn't know if I needed to officially open if it wasn't a hearing, but I will do so. I'm officially opening with my gavel the public, enabling them to comment.
All right, we're having a little technical issue. It'll just be 1 second.
Sure.
right, sorry for the delay on that. We have two people with their hand raised right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and get Greg Parker with the permission to speak. And Greg, if you can just unmute your microphone, you can start speaking at your will.
That work?
Yes,
I'm unmuted.
we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can
Can you
hear
hear
you. Go ahead and start.
Okay. First off, I'd like to thank Amy Lyle for coming and walking our St. Rose Historic District with us and mentioning the fact that we could possibly get our design guidelines into a zoning code and give them a little more teeth. And I'd like to thank Chairman Cisco for bringing it up and Claire Hartman for commenting on it. We're all for, Claire and a couple of you other folks were here when we dealt with the Moore Center. And that took about a year of work on our neighborhood's part to get it where we want it. And it was because they didn't pay any attention to our design guidelines in the historic district parcels. So this would be a major benefit to this historic district, and I would imagine all of them, if we could get our design guidelines into the code. That's number one. The transition zones, we've got two parcels coming off College. I think it's 320 College and maybe 550 College that protrude into our historic district along Lincoln, on the north side of Lincoln. And I'm wondering if we have any influence on that, on what comes into our district. I presume that's a transition zone. And probably another transition zone might be Hotel Azura, where we're infuriated that the Board of Supervisors is putting a homeless, or talking about putting a homeless center there. And I would think the city and our neighborhood would be a little disconcerted by that, because we're trying to make downtown attractive. And this is the north gateway into downtown. And I think that's about what I've got to say. Thank you much. This is so far a great process. Very happy.
Great, thank you.
All right, just give me 1 second. Next up, we have Bobby Lopez. I've gone ahead and given you permission to speak.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, commissioners. This is Bobby Lopez with BAFCA. Really appreciate all the conversation and sincerely appreciate the efforts in the plan to address the regional housing crisis, in particular by increasing the amount of housing stock available. As you know, and everybody knows, COVID has definitely changed things. Housing insecurity has tremendously been increased. And at the same time, we're in this unique position where Sonoma County just got listed as one of the hottest housing markets. And so for me, this really raises the issue of affordability in the plan and access to housing, not just by low-income residents, but by workers, which was also raised in the conversation. I do have a lot of comments, and I look forward to seeing the document that Commissioner Collier referenced about the strategies, because they may already be answered there. But I just want to make sure that there's the greatest possible affordability baked into the plan and real rental housing preservation strategies, not just encouraging it, but mandating it. And one of the questions I have is, in the spaces where we do have more control, like public land, do we have higher requirements of levels of affordability in publicly owned property? And then along the lines of what Commissioner Carter asked about, I know that in 2013, Santa Rosa was already at a deficit in creating jobs for low-income and working people by 3,806 affordable units. And so I'm curious to hear more if there was actually a jobs housing fit analysis done for the plan. And then lastly, I always think, I agree, we got to streamline the process, make it easier to develop. But sometimes it's worth using incentives throughout a plan in exchange for more affordability. So I may have missed it, but I'm curious about the parts in the plan where we may do this so that we can encourage that housing to be built, just because the plan area does have so many renters and so many low income folks. And again, thank you so much for your time, and have a good evening.
Great, thank you.
Chair Cisco, that looks like the only hands that we had raised.
Okay, great. And Amy, I'm assuming you heard those comments. Could you generally just respond to some of the questions that were posed there, if you can do that?
Yes, so let's see. The first speaker, we did talk generally about some of the tools that we have to be able to move more direct language into the code related to the historic guidelines and the standards associated. I did talk with them about the proposal as well that the county has for Hotel Azul. And one of the options related to that could be a review of potential policies we could add to the plan about concentration of homelessness services or something so it doesn't overburden one particular neighborhood. So that'd be something to think about. And then on the housing component, thanks to Commissioner Kalia for pointing out that our gentrification and anti-displacement strategy was not posted online. So we will post that. That does provide a lot of backbone on some of the strategies that have been employed through policies in our plan and are also consistent with some of the policies that we have in our Roseland specific plan and in our housing element. So we do want to continue to bolster those and to work with our housing administration and various other entities who can help us create more tools to keep those housing units downtown. And let me see, I didn't hear any other direct questions, but let me defer to Claire and Andrew if there's any additional responses that they have to some of the comments.
Let me just jump in and say it was my intention to close the public comment time, and I failed to do that again.
Chair Cisco, we have another person with their hand raised, and they had it raised prior to that if you would like to have them address the commission.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so her name is Pamela Roberts. We're going to go ahead and give you permission to speak. If you can start speaking, well, the timer will start. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. I have a couple of comments and questions about things being set in stone, and I'd like to thank whoever it was that brought up the Moore building. I can't find whoever it was in my voluminous notes I've been taking, but my question about that is that the workspace has just been empty ever since that place was built. And is it set in stone that it has to stay that way until it's used commercially, or can it be modified and changed to add living space on the bottom floor? That's one of my questions. And the other one is about the opportunity zones, especially the one along the back of the St. Rose Historic District that Greg was referring to, where two parking lots jut into our district. They're part of the opportunity zone, which really compromises the character of our district if it were to be developed. Maybe it's already clear, but not to me. Are opportunity zones modifiable? And also the FARs in terms of, well, are they modifiable in terms of where they are in the opportunity zone? Sorry, I'm not quite sure how to discuss that or ask about that, but that's it. But also I'd like to thank everybody. I'm really impressed with the whole plan. It's very, and I like the flexibility of it. I think that's really important. So thanks, that's it.
Great, thank you. Anybody else this time? Mr. Maloney?
No one else is raising their hand at this time.
Okay, so now I really am going to officially close the public comment period. And I believe that Claire and Amy were collaborating on answering some of Ms. Lopez's questions.
Hi, this is Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning. So I don't have anything to add. I think Amy responded appropriately. And then this additional commenter, Ms. Roberts, I would just say that, yeah, now is the time to make the comments that you're making. And these will be put into consideration, including, do we have the opportunity zone boundaries correct? And something like that, we play into the next item, which is the EIR, because the EIR, Environmental Impact Report, needs to support the plan. So this item is about making that plan work. And so what we're doing is we're collecting comments, and we'll take all of the comments into consideration, consolidate them, and put forth a cohesive recommendation when we come back to the Planning Commission.
Okay,
and
great.
Chair Cisco, if I could, I can respond to the last commenter questions. Okay. So Ms. Roberts noted our opportunity areas and what kind of flexibility we have in those. And they really don't have any true legal meaning beyond any other properties in the plan, but those areas are where we have identified the most potential growth and do allow for that flexibility with floor area ratio. So we certainly don't want to increase intensity outside of those opportunity areas, but there could be reason to reduce intensity in some of those transition areas. So that is something we'd like to hear if there's specific properties or areas that we'd like to soften those impacts on.
And then with regard to the Moore building, it's been a couple of years now, and maybe the use permit expired or whatever action we took, but we did take action on the Moore Center on the bottom floor being converted to housing. Do we know what's going on with that? Is that past its deadline, or what's happening with that?
This is Claire Hartman. I don't have a status update on that particular project, but it was built to be flexible, even under current rules. I think they had to get a use permit to consider it as residential. Under this new plan, they would have greater flexibility to evolve over time. And, honestly, this building, other types of buildings, even parking garages, we really need to rethink how we build things so that they can flex from as far on the spectrum as a parking garage, ground floor, to retail, to housing. And the plan itself lends the flexibility on land use. But we need to also work with applicants to make sure they build in flexibility on the construction side as well, if it's possible.
Okay. Commissioners, any final questions, thoughts before we end this item? Okay, so with that, let's end this item. Why don't we take just a 10-minute break, return at 8, oh my God, 5:52, and then we'll move on to the EIR.
All right, commissioners, it's about that time. If we can unmute your videos, go ahead and start your videos.
Just waiting 1 second for Commissioner Collier. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order. Move on to item number 9, which is consent items. We have no consent items tonight. And so with that, I'll go ahead and move on to item 10.1, which is our first public hearing tonight on the Downtown Station Area Specific Plan Subsequent Environmental Impact Report. That is not an ex parte disclosure. And Amy Lyle will be doing the presentation.
Thank you so much. I will go ahead and share my screen again with the PowerPoint presentation. And tonight, Andrew Hill, principal with Diet Bhatia, will be presenting the EIR for you. And I'll just note that we put a lot of heart into the plan itself, but also into this EIR. And Andrew and team have done a fantastic job. And one reason that we hired this team is because of the solid experience of the sub-consultants and with a lot of local flavor as well. So let me share my screen and then I will turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Amy.
Yep, you're good to go, and I'll advance slides for you.
Great, thank you. So as Amy said, my name is Andrew Hill. I'm with Diet Bhatia. We're the planning and design firm that's assisted the city with development of the plan and the EIR. Online tonight, we also have some other members of the sub-consultant team. We have Zach Matley from WTrans, who did the transportation analysis for the plan and the EIR. We have both Ruth Todd and Christina Dykus from Page and Turnbull, the historic resources consultant. And we have Greg Jennings from BKF Engineers, who did the utilities analysis. So they will be available to answer any technical or specialized questions should you have them. Amy, if you can go to the next slide. Great, thank you. So I do have a quick presentation to provide an overview of the EIR content and the CEQA process. The purpose of tonight's study session is to hear public comment on the draft EIR. Yes, and so then if you can go to the next slide, Amy. And actually we can skip that one and go straight to the purpose of the EIR. I think everyone is aware, but just to set the background, the purpose of an EIR is really to identify the potentially significant environmental impacts of the proposed downtown station area specific plan, as well as to identify any mitigation measures or alternatives that could reduce or avoid those impacts. The EIR informs the city's decision to adopt the proposed plan, and then once adopted, as Amy mentioned earlier tonight, it can really help to streamline environmental review for subsequent projects that are consistent with the plan. Next slide, please. When the original downtown station area specific plan was adopted back in 2007, the City Council certified an EIR that analyzed the environmental impacts of that 2007 plan. The draft EIR that's now on the street for public review is a subsequent EIR, which means it's subsequent to that prior EIR. State law requires that a subsequent EIR be prepared when there have been substantial changes such that new or substantially more adverse impacts over and above those previously analyzed in the EIR could result. And in the case of the downtown station area specific plan update, there have been some substantial changes both to the content of the plan, as we've discussed tonight, but also to the circumstances in which planning and development is happening. Think about how the rise of internet shopping since the last plan was adopted, for example, which we've spoken about tonight, but also the reunification of Courthouse Square and a number of new laws at the state level that have come online since 2007. So in view of all that changing context, back in December and January, we prepared and circulated a detailed initial study that identified whether there were changes that could potentially result in new or substantially more adverse impacts than had previously been identified in the EIR. And this subsequent EIR focuses only on those potential new or more adverse impacts. Next slide, please. This is a list of all the CEQA required categories. So the law requires that a full range of environmental resource categories be analyzed, everything from air quality to biological resources, historic resources, seismic hazards, traffic, and utilities. All of these topics were analyzed in that initial study that was released in December and January. And then next slide, please. And as I said, on the basis of that analysis, it was determined that these resource categories that are shown on the screen here could potentially result in new or more adverse impacts. They include air quality, cultural, tribal, and historic resources, energy, climate change, and greenhouse gases, hydrology, drainage, and water quality, parks and recreation, traffic and transportation, and utilities and service systems. So the draft EIR focuses in on those resource categories and provides additional detailed analysis as well as mitigation measures that address the potential impacts as warranted. Next slide, please. Overall, the subsequent EIR determined that with implementation of existing regulations and implementation of policies contained in the proposed plan, the majority of these impacts would be less than significant. For three categories, air quality, historic resources, and parks and recreation, potentially significant impacts were identified, but with implementation of the recommended mitigation measures, those impacts could be reduced to a less than significant level. And the draft EIR did not find any significant and unavoidable impacts. Next slide, please. So in terms of the potential impacts related to air quality that could result from implementation of the plan, first, new residents of housing that's adjacent to US 101 or Highway 12 could potentially be exposed to toxic air contaminants from diesel trucks traveling on the freeways, or new residents in the Maxwell Court area could potentially be exposed to stationary sources of toxic air contaminants, such as diesel generators. The map at the right of the screen shows the location of those stationary sources, as well as buffers from both the freeways, the mobile sources, and the stationary sources. Next slide, please. In order to address those potential impacts, the subsequent EIR identifies several mitigation measures. First, mitigation measure AQ1 requires the installation of air filtration systems in new residential development that's within 1,000 feet of those TAC sources, or the developer can do its own study to demonstrate that equivalent mitigation has been incorporated into the project. Secondly, mitigation measures AQ2 and 3 require that housing developments not occur within 1,000 feet of two principal sources of stationary sources of toxic air contaminants, the Bodine Company and also Superior Supplies. And the reason for that is because the analysis indicated that even with the installation of high quality air filtration systems, the risk could not be reduced to a less than significant level. Next slide, please. So in terms of potential impacts from new development on historic resources, the city's existing regulations protect designated historic resources and landmarks in the downtown area. However, in addition to those identified resources, there are also over 1,000 parcels downtown that have properties that have structures that are more than 45 years old and have not yet been surveyed for their historic significance. And so the demolition or even development adjacent to those age eligible but as yet unsurveyed properties could potentially result in a significant impact. The map, by the way, at the right is showing the location of those age eligible properties, that is the ones that are over 45 years old, and in particular their location, the number of them that are located within those opportunity areas where development is anticipated to primarily occur. You can move to the next slide, please, Amy. So to address potential impacts on historic resources, the subsequent EIR includes mitigation measures. First, there's a requirement that all age-eligible properties be surveyed for their potential for historic resource listing prior to any redevelopment. And then secondly, if a property is found to be eligible for historic listing, demolition should be avoided, or redevelopment of any structures redevelopment or demolition should be avoided. And then if avoidance is not possible, is not feasible, then impacts can be mitigated through compliance with the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic properties. And so compliance could involve potentially adaptive reuse, or possibly relocating the resource. Next slide, please. Then in terms of potential impacts related to parks that could result from implementation of the plan, the EIR identified one in particular. The city is currently providing about 3.68 acres of neighborhood and community park per 1,000 residents, and that meets the established standard. Build out of the plan, however, would substantially increase population downtown, and in combination with other foreseeable development throughout the city over the planning horizon, that ratio would fall to 2.97 acres per 1,000 residents if the plan is entirely built out. And that would be below the established standard of 3.5 acres per 1,000 residents. So next slide, please. So in order to address that impact, the EIR includes a mitigation measure that requires the city in updating the general plan to identify the potential location for new parks as needed to satisfy the projected demand. And that process should be completed within 36 months of the adoption of the draft downtown plan. Next slide, please. And then additionally, the CEQA requires that an EIR analyze a reasonable range of alternatives that could reduce or avoid the significant impacts of the plan. In the subsequent EIR, 2 alternatives were analyzed. The no project alternative, which assumes continuation of planning under the currently adopted 2007 plan. And a second alternative, which we're calling the redistributed growth alternative, which would revise potential land use framework in order to distribute growth away from potentially historic properties and away from potential sources of toxic air contaminants. And the conclusion of that alternatives analysis was that the proposed plan would actually be the environmentally superior alternative. Next slide, please. So finally, just a quick look at next steps. Currently, the draft plan was released on July 15th, and the 45-day public comment period runs through the end of August. So people are welcome to contribute comments tonight orally or in writing to Amy through the end of that comment period. Following the close of the public comment period, we'll prepare responses to all those public comments that touch on environmental issues, and those will be included in the final EIR. And that final EIR will go before the Planning Commission in September and the City Council in October as those bodies consider certification of the EIR and adopting the plan. So that's a quick overview of the contents of the EIR and the CEQA process, and the members of the consultant team are available to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. And typically when we're hearing the EIR, we just give comments and questions to be answered later. Are you anticipating that if we have technical questions now, you'll be able to answer those? I just want to know the process.
Yeah, I think primarily we're here to hear comments on the EIR. This is another way of hearing comments from the commission or from the public that can be addressed and responded to formally in the final EIR. But since we're here tonight, if there's questions or points that require clarification, we do have members of the consulting team here, and we'd be happy to try and answer things directly here as well.
Okay. So commissioners, any questions that fall into that category before we move to the public hearing? Vice Chair Weeks.
Okay, I want to make sure that so I can ask questions now. If I have just a couple questions on the draft EIR, so is now okay, or do you want to wait till after the public comments? I didn't hear that, so.
Yeah, it's like technical questions that he can answer right now. Let's go ahead and do those, and then I'll take the comments from the public, and then we'll come back for our comments. But they're inviting us to ask technical questions, so if you have some, and they can answer them, let's do that.
Okay, so hopefully these fall into technical questions. If they don't, let me know, and I'll wait. So in the report, it's page 3.8-30. And it's under Public Services and Sustainability. It's PSS 3-5. And it says, evaluate options for creating a broadband system and providing wireless internet through the downtown station area, either as municipal enterprise or through cooperation or partnership with a private competitive provider. And my question was, how would something like that work, and how would it be implemented?
I can speak to that. This is Amy Lyle. So there is a lot of effort going on around broadband with economic development teams at both the city and the county. And a lot of that effort is around getting grant money to support that. So we do have some projects in line now. I think we recently applied for a grant to run broadband down a portion of a city street. So I can probably get you a better response to that through Rob Sprinkle potentially, but a lot of that can occur as roads are redeveloped or other things occur in the downtown area. So we just want to make sure that we have those complementary funding sources and programs ready so we can accomplish both at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have has to do with public facilities, and it's page ES-74, and it talks about the curbside parklets. And I know that downtown we've implemented recently some parklets. So a question I have is, are those parklets designed to the standards that is referenced in this? And then also related to downtown parks is that's a comment more. So that's a question I have for you on the parklets.
Yeah, on parklets, sorry, I'm hearing an echo too, but there is a difference between what we can allow or what we are allowing temporarily and then what we would allow as a permanent facility. So those permanent facilities that would be envisioned under the plan do have to meet the certain standards for safety because they will be hopefully permanent and fixed there. The temporary ones have a different set of regulations and can be allowed with additional flexibility. So the plan and the EIR are really looking at those permanent opportunities and the standards associated with those developments.
So they could look different. They could have different requirements than the ones that are currently downtown now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then could you talk a little bit about the park development fees? In that same section, it talks about establishing a return to that any park impact fees collected downtown would be used for park and recreational facilities in the downtown station area. I guess a question I had is, how did that come about, and what was the thought behind that?
Yeah, so right now we do have temporarily allowed the park fees that are collected downtown to be required to be used downtown. So that is temporary, and I would defer to Claire on what those conversations were leading up to that. But this plan does contemplate the furthering of that policy depending on what occurs during this temporary time frame.
So with that,
I'm sorry, I could add a little bit of background to that because I think it's worth noting. So one of the things that you'll hear when we get more public comments when we come before you for action on the plans is an interest that the city invest in downtown, because obviously the plan is set up to have the private sector invest in downtown and construct and come in and build these projects. But as a partner to the process of catalyzing our downtown, one of the interests was, as an incentive, we would do this temporary measure to place those park fees downtown so that we're doing what we're asking the developers to do, and then they would get a more immediate match to their investment. But like I said, we're doing it temporarily now, and the idea is that we could consider it permanent with the plan.
And the same then also would the same also apply to any traffic fees? That's not the right term, but roadway fees.
Yes, so that is something that at a staff level that we have contemplated, is potentially using the capital facilities fee, the CFF, downtown for the downtown, coming from the downtown projects in the downtown area. So that is an option.
So that is something, when we make comments on this plan, we can make a comment on, and then you could respond to later on, it perhaps being in the final plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other technical questions that can be answered now? Okay, great. So with that, I am going to open our public hearing. Again, if you're out there on Zoom, you can push the little raised hand button. If you're dialing in, please press *9. And the host will recognize you. You'll have 3 minutes. And we're really trying to stay focused on the environmental impact report as opposed to general comments about the plan. It's your opportunity to put those comments or concerns out there, which ultimately would be responded to in writing when we get our final EIR. So with that, I'm opening the public hearing and checking with the host to see what we've got.
Chair Cisco, at this time, no one is raising their hands.
Okay. Do you think we should wait a couple more seconds here?
All right, we do have one, Pamela Roberts.
Okay.
Same as last time, Pamela. If you can go ahead and state your name for the record, and when you start, so will the timer.
Hey, hi, I'm Pamela Roberts, and this is a question about the survey that will be done on the properties that are possibly considered to be age eligible on a list of historic properties. And my question or comment is there's a document by the Cultural Heritage Board. It's called Process Review Procedures for Owners of Historic Properties. And in section 5C, it's there's a number of criteria, event, person, design, integrity, etc. And I just note, my question is, mostly I've just heard whether properties are age eligible, but are there other criteria that are being considered, or is it just age? That's it.
I think we have Christina on the line, and from Page and Turnbull, the historic resources consultant, and she may be well placed to add some color to this. I think what I would say.
Excuse me, Andrew. This is Ashley Crocker. I think Chair Shisco is on it. Can you please wait until the close of public comment period?
And yeah, right now we have to let the public speak, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you choose to do that.
Got it. I understand.
Okay, great. Thanks for understanding. So, any other members of the public?
Chair Sisco, at this time, there is no one raising their hands, and note that there are no phone ins.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to give it just a couple more seconds. And still nothing?
Correct. No one is raising their hands.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Bring it back to Mr. Hill so that you have a verbal response right now to Ms. Roberts' concerns.
Sure. What I was just going to say is that age eligible is just the first criteria. Once a site is over 50 years old, it technically becomes historic and is open for should be surveyed under CEQA, and then because there's a number of properties that are also 45 years or older, those are the ones that are considered age eligible. And once they're age eligible, then they would according to the mitigation measure in the EIR, they would need to be evaluated under a range of different topics, such as the ones that the commenter was referring to. And if we would like to give Christina Dikas from Page and Turnbull an opportunity to provide a little bit more color on on the range of those topics that are the subject of the survey and the evaluation that would be required by the mitigation measure, now would be maybe a good time for that.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Typically what occurs with a cultural resources survey is that a historic context statement is first prepared, which provides an outline and narrative of the overall physical development of the city, with a number of themes of property type development, residential neighborhoods, industrial development, commercial, throughout time from the pre-establishment to the city through present day. And periods are established with what we call registration requirements for each. So they help to identify whether a property might be significant within that context for various reasons. And they use the California Register of Historical Resources criteria and the National Register, and if there are local criteria as well, to provide a framework. So then that document is really the guiding document when a survey occurs, so that the historical consultants who are undertaking the survey have this framework of the history to understand what they're looking at, so that they can evaluate a property for potential significance, not only for architecture, which is kind of the most obvious visual reason for potential significance, but also for potential significance in association with important events in the city or region, or even association with important people. And as the commenter mentioned, there's also two aspects that are important in evaluation. There's the potential significance and also integrity. And integrity is the ability of the property to physically still convey its reason for significance. So all of those things would be considered in the historic resource survey.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And can Ms. Roberts anticipate that her question and that response will be captured in the final EIR?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, great. I'll make sure we're getting it all where it needs to go. Okay, so I have closed the public hearing. Let's bring it back to the commission for our comments. Vice Chair Weeks, you want to start?
Sure. The only comment I really have, I mean, I thought it was very well done and thorough, and that you identified the issues and then the subsequent mitigation measures. But I would like to see something in there about the PFF fees being used in the downtown area. I think businesses are correct in that the city needs to invest if we're asking the community to invest. So that's the only comment that I would like to see added.
Okay, Commissioner Carter. Was there going to be a response? Is somebody out there? No. Okay, Commissioner Carter, your comments, if any.
Yeah, I do have one. Under the potential park impact, it talks about the return to source policy, and I totally endorse that. That, as Vice Chair Weeks said, that the funds collected from projects in the area go back to the area for park improvements. What I'm wondering about is the EIR also identified the need for the city, through its general plan and update, to identify 120 acres of new park sites. Is there any possibility of specifying or strongly suggesting that as much of that 120 acres be located within the plan area? Or is that, given what my colleagues have told me about previous plans, venturing in the too prescriptive zone?
Okay.
Would you like us to respond to that, Chair Cisco?
Yeah, I'm just not used to anybody responding when we do an EIR, but yeah, I'd be happy to have those questions answered now and also captured in the response to comments in the final EIR. Just not used to it being done this way, but that would probably be helpful for us to get our questions answered.
I can speak to that if you'd like, quickly. Sure. I think land in the downtown station area is relatively, land for new parks is relatively few and far between. The priority for vacant and underutilized land is really for housing, really to solve the housing crisis. There are opportunities for parks and plazas, rooftop parks, pocket parks, and the standards in the plan do anticipate that. So as much as possible, we would seek to have those new publicly accessible, open recreational spaces be created as development and redevelopment happens downtown. The Quimby Act standard, which is what's really driving this ratio of parkland per 1,000 residents, is something that applies citywide rather than on an area-specific basis, and so the parkland just needs to be provided anywhere in the city in order to satisfy that standard. So that's, I think, just one thing to keep in mind. But I will say again that the plan does anticipate, even in the context of where the priority should be for developing land, that even as that development happens, a variety of publicly accessible open spaces, whether on rooftops or pocket parks or paseos, will be developed to try and create that outdoor amenity that's so important for the residents, but also for the attractiveness of the downtown area.
So without a mitigation that specifies locations or the amount of park in downtown, do we anticipate any modification to the mitigation language that could place that emphasis on locating the new open space facilities in the plan area?
I guess I would say that modifying a mitigation measure could require the recirculation of the EIR. And so another approach that could achieve the same end would be maybe to incorporate something into the policy framework of the plan itself that would achieve the same end without triggering the need for recirculating the EIR that could extend the timeline for adoption.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Okrepke.
Yeah, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Commissioner Peterson.
You know, I just realized I should have asked maybe a technical question, just so I'm clear on some of the air quality mitigations. So if a stationary source no longer is in operation, does that mitigation measure go away? And what I'm, not to hide the ball, I'm thinking of Bodine. So do you have to redo the EIR, or does that mitigation measure go away because the stationary source went away?
Through the chair, I'm happy to reply.
Yes, no, go for it.
Okay. Yes, that is correct. If Bodine were to relocate, then the mitigation measure would no longer be required because the impact would no longer exist.
Great. And to rest of my comments are, it's very comprehensive. I agree with the findings. I have no additional comments to make. I think it's a very, very, very comprehensive report.
Commissioner Duggan.
Okay, so I have a few picky comments, but that's kind of how I roll with EIRs. And I've got to read them off my computer screen, which is separate from everything else here because I can't print, but that's another personal problem. Okay, so the executive summary, table ES1 on page ES5. The footnote appears to be incorrect. It doesn't match the footnote that I think is in the presentation. So you don't even have to answer any of these now. You can just respond to them. And then page PES6 of there are three things that are noted as areas of controversy, and it's not described why they're considered areas of controversy. Okay, chapter 1, page 110, response to Caltrans request to adjust the planning area boundary to include the park and ride lot under Highway 12 and the large vacant parcel to the east. It mentioned something under 3-7 that responded to this, and I didn't see anything. So if you could respond to where the response is, or add a response to why the planning area boundary wasn't adjusted to their request. Okay, chapter 2, figure 2.5. So if we rezone Maxwell Court, which is largely, I think right now, industrial and light industrial, actually, I had two questions here. I'm trying to stick them together. But how does rezoning this to make or mixed use impact our light industrial and industrial land supply? And if it takes away a significant amount, I guess in the 2007 station area plan, there was a table that showed we had 8.2 acres of general industrial in the station area, and there's no such acreage identified as general industrial area in this plan. And how does that impact the industrial area land supply? And is there going to be a recommendation to rezone area elsewhere in the city to make up for that shortfall? Okay, and table 2-4, I think there's a typo. The third entry should be 10th and Healdsburg Avenue. It's written as 3rd and Healdsburg, and 3rd doesn't intersect Healdsburg. Okay, chapter 3.7. So the first paragraph talks about the Santa Rosa Avenue changes, and it doesn't reference the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor plan, which I think shows a preferred alternative for the reconfiguration of Santa Rosa Avenue between Sonoma and Maple. And it says something to the effect of the final design hasn't been figured out yet. Also 3.7-5 under pedestrian facilities. It notes that sidewalk on the west side of Brookwood between 2nd and Sonoma Avenue is under further study. And that segment, one time by mistake, I tried to walk it, and it's long and dangerous and inconvenient. You have to go around and cross, a couple blocks behind you if you want to get on the other side of the street. So why does that require further study to put some kind of pedestrian path there sooner rather than later? And then page 3.7-8 about city transit. In these COVID times, has the pandemic affected the viability of the bus service going forward, and should a discussion on that be included? And those are my comments.
Great, thanks for that, Commissioner Duggan. Comprehensive list as always. We can count on you. So, Commissioner Kaya.
Well, unfortunately, Commissioner Duggan took all of my questions, or my comments, so I don't have any further comments.
All right, good one. And the only comment I have is to make sure that the amendment to the Roseland specific plan is incorporated as needed throughout the EIR because of the overlap of the Roberts Avenue area. So that's the only one I have. Anything else, commissioners? Anything else, Mr. Hill, you'd like to say, or Ms. Lyle?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Well, good. Okay. Great. Well, I think with that concludes this item. And we will go ahead and move on to item 10.2. Do we need a little break to reset things, or are we good to go?
The hosts are ready to go.
You're ready to go? Okay. All right, then we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 10.2, which is a public hearing for the SGI Santa Rosa LLC, DBA Authentic 707, adult use commercial cannabis retail dispensary type 10 and delivery conditional use permit. It is an ex parte disclosure. I'm just going to go with the order I see. Vice Chair Weeks, anything to disclose?
I did visit the site, but have nothing further to disclose.
Commissioner Carter.
Same here, site visit, nothing further.
Commissioner Duggan.
I have nothing to disclose.
Commissioner Peterson.
I have nothing to disclose.
And Commissioner Okrepke.
I visited the site and I have nothing further to disclose.
Commissioner Kaya.
I've also visited the site and have nothing further to disclose.
And I also have no new information to disclose. So with that, we will go on to our staff presentation, which will, I believe, be given by Mr. Michael Whitson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. And can you see the screen okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some stuff off to the side, but yeah.
Okay. Okay. And Mike, thank you for that. So my name is Mike Wixon.
Hey, Mike, before you start, can you go into presentation mode?
Oh, I thought I was. I'm sorry.
You may have to stop sharing and reshare the
reset. Okay, hang on a sec here. It shows slideshow, Mike, on my end, and on my main screen it shows the full slide, not the offset part. So I'm clicking on those little
button. You just got to select
those little icons with the
not the original presentation or the slides, just the one slide presentation.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see if this does it.
Just so the commissioners are aware, this is the first
Here we
meeting.
go. I think this should do it.
So we're still learning, fixing some of the bugs. Looks like Mike, you got it going, so you are good to go. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So good evening, commissioners. Mike Wixon, and I'm a contract planner with the city. And in front of you tonight is an application that, if approved, it would allow cannabis retail dispensary use, which is an adult dispensary use, and a related cannabis delivery use within a 3,500 square foot building. I'm gonna go to the next slide, which is, this is really odd. Usually I'm used to clicking on my keyboard and it scrolls right through. So let me try this. For some reason, this isn't allowing me to forward the slides.
Mike, we have it all queued up here in Chambers if you would like us to take control.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thanks again, Mike. So this project is located at 3175 Range Avenue, and it's kind of towards the north end of the city. The applicant is also requesting a parking reduction of 2 spaces, which is provided for in the city zoning code, and then also in its place to provide 10 off-site parking spaces on the adjacent site at 816 Pioneer Road. And so at this point, if we can go to slide.
Mike, I'm gonna, this is the host, sorry, I gotta stop you real quick. We're gonna go ahead and take control of the screen because it's not sharing, it's not advancing your slides.
I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna have you stop sharing and we're gonna go ahead and take control. 1 second.
Yeah.
Remember to silence our phones.
I thought I had them silenced. I apologize for that.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just going to turn that off. Okay, tell me when, Mike, and I'm.
Okay, we're ready, Mike.
Okay, thank you. So if we can go to slide 3.
Hey, Mike, I would suggest for the record to just start your presentation over with slide 1 because nobody saw the other slides.
Oh, okay, good idea. Thank you. Okay, so this is the intro, and I explained what the use is for and where we're at on the project side. So we can go to the next slide, please.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, there we go. So the project is a conditional use permit, as I mentioned, for cannabis retail dispensary use and delivery use, and then it's an adult cannabis retail dispensary as proposed. It's within a 3,500 square foot existing office building. It's currently used for some dental services as a lab. The request also includes a parking reduction of 2 spaces from the required 14 spaces to 12 spaces on site. And then also included with that is a parking reduction of 2 spaces. And then the applicant is proposing the shared parking with an adjacent site of 10 spaces. The project location, if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And that's at the northwest intersection of Bicentennial Way and Range Avenue. And then as you can see, it's just south of Piner, and it's on the west side of Highway 101. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I'm going to briefly cover the land use. In the general plan, it's light industrial, and you can see the red colors basically are general service commercial land uses. To the south are some residential land uses. And if we can go to the next slide, please. The zoning on site, and actually the surrounding parcels match the general plan land use. So on site, you have a light industrial zone. To the west, light industrial zoning. To the north, you have the mobile home zoning, which actually matches the land use in the general plan. To the east, you have general commercial zoning. To the south, there are 2 forms of residential zoning. One's in a PD zone, and the other is an R2 zone. And if we can go to the next slide, please. And then this is the neighborhood context map. And basically it's just demonstrating the land uses around it, and that those land uses to the north are a restaurant. To the east, you have a furniture retail sales building. And then to the south, you have Russell Creek immediately to the south. And then a little bit further to the south is a condominium complex. And then also like to the southwest is some single family residential. To the west is some light industrial uses. And then as you can kind of see it, like southeast corner, a little bit beyond Bicentennial Way, are some office uses and some light industrial uses as well. Next slide, please. And by the way, if you wanted to see a full description of all of those uses, that is provided in the project narrative on page 15. This slide is intended to just show the project site as proposed in the conditional use permit. And that's the site with the star, and that's right where the building is located. The building is located on the west side of Range Avenue. And then immediately adjacent to that is the building at 816 Piner. And you can see the black outline of the parcel for the building at 816 Piner. So this way you can get a good understanding of the relationship between the 2 parcels and how they're interacting. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, as I noted before, the project is consisting of a 3,500 foot building. A little bit over 2,000 square feet of the project site will be in retail sales for the cannabis. And a little bit more than 400 square feet would be used for the lobby itself, and that's before you enter the retail area. And then just over about 1,000 square feet will be used for secured storage and office and bathrooms and those types of miscellaneous uses. The retail hours of operation are intended to be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's consistent with the zoning code. The delivery hours would be 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And those are the delivery hours of cannabis offsite by the applicant. And so that allows the delivery driver to return and kind of close it up by 9 o'clock. The vendor delivery hours are proposed between 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The vendor delivery hours would be between 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then the employee hours would be between hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And that's in order to basically open the shop on time and then also close it up and put things away. So I'll speak a little bit more to the parking reduction and the off-site parking in a few slides down. But again, there are 12 parking spaces, and I'm indicating here that there are 15 off-site parking spaces proposed. And that is actually in the application and the attachment of the business. But I want to explain that a little bit more as I get further into it. So if we can go to the next slide, please. The project history began in 2019 with a pre-application neighborhood meeting. That meeting was held on December 19th. The applicant also submitted the application in September as well. So both of those got going back last year. The neighborhood meeting, and that's my mistake there, that was actually on the 9th. The meeting was held, it was attended by a neighbor, and that neighbor, Mr. Woosley, actually submitted a letter following that on December 19th. And so that letter is attached to your report, and there are several objections that were presented at the meeting, and I'll cover those as well later on. But I wanted to be sure that you knew that that was Mr. Woolsey attended the meeting and then subsequently sent a letter. Following that, there was the notice of a complete application was sent out to the applicant. That was in May, and that subsequently followed up on some reiterations of the traffic report to try and iron that out and get that straightened out. And then, of course, here we are today, and we sent out the public hearing notices. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is a slide where I'll start to get into the on and off-site parking. This is the site plan. The site enters in and off of Range Avenue. Right now it's a right turn in and a right turn out only for vehicles. Site is accessible by pedestrians, it's accessible by bicycles, so it's readily accessible. The front entrance, as you come into the building, is indicated there by the blue triangle. And then you can see that the adjacent site building where the parking is located. And then you can also see where the applicant is proposing to share a trash enclosure, which is at the northwest corner of the parking facility on site. So the on-site parking contains 12 parking spaces. And the applicant had basically proposed to share the the trash enclosure on the adjacent site and the parking on the adjacent site for a few reasons. One of the reasons is that when the site is used at its full, basically when you have a shift change, you're going to have 10 employees on site during the shift change. And so the applicant was trying to make an effort to make sure that the parking on site was available for all employees. For the customers, and then the parking off-site would be available for the employees. Then also, if you look at where the trash enclosure could go, the trash enclosure was difficult to place on-site without losing a parking space or two, or having some effect on the backup and operation of the drive aisle. So it looked best to the applicant to place the trash enclosure immediately adjacent to the parking facility. And that is what they've proposed, and that would be a locked and secured trash enclosure. I also want to point out that the cannabis trash that would be handled by the applicant would all be handled and disposed of indoors anyway. And it would be kept in a locked and secured room, but this trash enclosure still will be locked in accordance with the code requirements for cannabis use. So we basically performed a brief analysis of the shared parking proposal. So the parking offsite is proposing 15. However, only 10 are needed because the parking study indicates that there are 10 employees at the peak of a shift change. And that's really what you're trying to accommodate and plan for. So with the maximum amount of 10 parking spaces to be used off-site, there are 24 spaces available on that adjacent site. That leaves 14 spaces. And with 14 spaces, it comes out to approximately one space for every 285 square feet for the building. And that is approximate to what you would normally see for most uses in a light industrial zone, which would be anywhere from one space to 250 square feet to 1 space for every 300 square feet. So it's kind of right in that middle there. And then it also allows for minor parking reductions to be approved by the director if needed. So I just wanted to highlight that part of the project so you understood that a little bit more in detail. And so I want to make sure I cover that with everything I've got in my notes here. Those are also included as a condition of approval that is condition 12 in the resolution, that if this is approved, that there would be a covenant required with the owner of the property to the adjacent site. And speaking to that, the applicant is in contract also with the purchase of the property next door. So if this is approved, the applicant will be pursuing the purchase of both parcels pursuant to the contract they have. And so they'll have the ability to create that agreement as it's listed as a condition. So there shouldn't be any issue related to that. If we can go to the next slide, please. So this slide is showing the floor plan, and where, again, the blue triangle showing where customers enter into. Customers will enter into the lobby area, and they'll be screened there to make sure that they're in requirement with the law, or in compliance with the laws, before they enter into the retail sales floor area. The retail sales floor area is kind of below and to the right of the lobby. And the front door itself is visible from the public street, which is one of the criteria for location that's considered in the zoning code itself. Though it's not shown here, the applicant also has a security plan that meets the requirements for the city's cannabis retail and delivery locations. So there will be video cameras located throughout the building's interior and exterior, and all video footage is accessible to the city's police department. The applicant also will have 2 security guards on site at all times during the business hours. And as I mentioned, they'll have the secured storage inside for the cannabis products. And that's according to the code requirements, both for the state and the city. There are also operational measures for the security of the delivery driver, and those are outlined in the project narrative. And then the applicant has also submitted a noise and odor control plan to ensure that both of those are addressed and basically it won't emit odors or noises beyond the site. Condition 17E addresses the noise potential from the HVAC equipment that would be located on the roof itself. They are proposing new HVAC pieces for the air conditioning inside the building. And those basically would be required to have a noise blanket over them to ensure that they meet the noise requirements. If we can go to the next slide, please. And these are the proposed building elevations. There's some slight modifications to the existing building elevations that are currently there. The applicant is proposing some minor exterior upgrades to the building, and they're depicted in this slide. These are normally considered as part of a design review permit application. And based upon the extent of the proposed changes, which are relatively minor, most of these changes are some paint and minor facade improvements. These would normally be considered by the planning director with a building permit because they are such minor changes. So that is one of the, I don't know if it's a recommendation. I mean, we're making that known to the commission in case there are any concerns with that. If we can go to the next slide, please. This just highlights that this project is exempt from CEQA, and it actually fits into 3 categories for an exemption. So we're making sure all of those are included and that there are no exceptions that we see to the exemptions that would apply in this case. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So we have received 3 letters from neighbors. 2 of those are from the same person, which is Mr. Woolsey. And we've received 2 separate letters. And then we also received an email from Ms. Karen Rudin. And I thought that, my mistake, I thought that was in the packet and it was an email. And I just wanted to read that off very quickly. This is an email from Karen Rudin. This was back from last week. I strongly oppose the proposal for a cannabis dispensary at 3175 Range Avenue. There is one less than a block away operating right now. Do not need another one block away. There are two others less than a mile from my residence. That is certainly sufficient. So in a nutshell, I wanted to kind of go over the criteria here, or the objections from homeowners, which also fit the criteria for locating a cannabis retail facility. So one of them that was spoken to was traffic, and the traffic report had addressed traffic issues raised, that the project will not create any additional traffic issues, nor will it add to the number of accidents or create any other turn movement issues that were objected to or were raised as potential concerns by the neighbors. Secondly, the use permit is conditionally permitted use, so that in light of the current light industrial zone, the use permit itself addresses those questions related to health, safety, and general welfare within the context of the site location. So that's what the commission is doing tonight, and if it finds the project meets the requirements of the ordinance and is properly located, then it would be deemed to meet all health, safety, and welfare concerns that would potentially or otherwise might create some concerns to neighbors around the area. I wanted to point out too that Russell Creek acts as a buffer for the residential uses to the south, which is where Mr. Woolsey is speaking from, and Ms. Rudin. And those residential uses to the south are buffered by not only the creek, but if you looked at that site as well, you would see that there is parking immediately adjacent to Russell Creek, and there are a few parking structures over the parking spaces, and then you would get to the buildings themselves. And then also that the condominium project itself is also fenced and gated. So I wanted to be sure that the commission understood the existing situation there to the south. I also wanted to point out that the project itself, again, has the trash enclosure basically to the northernmost point of the site, although it's immediately off-site. And then the parking itself is, and the lighting that would go with the parking lot itself is blocked by the building itself from the residential uses to the south. Also wanted to state that the city's cannabis policies were addressed to specifically hit on the location of where the cannabis facilities could potentially go. And so the location criteria being 600 feet away from a school or 600 feet away from a, I'm going blank, I'm sorry. The other type of land use, I'm going blank for the moment, but anyway, it is located 600 feet away from the school, and it's 600 feet away from the other cannabis facility. Those have been measured by staff and confirmed. And as well, there are two attachments in the staff report that the city has also put out for the public, as well as potential cannabis operators, where the potential sites could be, showing the distances of 600 feet from both potential cannabis locations for applications which the city has received and for actual cannabis locations. So this site most definitely fits that criteria and is located more than 600 feet away from both types of uses. The other item is that the hours of the operation are consistent with the city's ordinance, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. Again, I mentioned that the project has a noise control plan, and a condition of approval have been added to ensure that the HVAC equipment will meet that requirement for noise. The applicant has submitted a certified odor control plan, and that has been submitted as part of the project. The applicant will not allow any ingestion of the products on site, according to the project narrative. And that's, the applicant's mentioned that to us several times, and that includes smoking. And it's also worth noting that the cannabis products being sold on site also includes edibles, and of course it will include vaping type materials. So not all products are being smoked on site. And that's kind of addressing a little bit of the concern expressed by the neighbor. Generally, cars, people will arrive by cars to purchase the products. And basically it's against the law to drive a motor vehicle while you're under the influence. And so it's very unlikely that people going in to purchase the product at this location would be coming out and then smoking the product offsite or immediately offsite. Most likely they're going to be going home or wherever they go offsite in their vehicle to take the product. Let's see. I also wanted to point out that there was a concern about home values, and home values are impacted by many variables. And the same argument that home values could be impacted in a negative or positive direction due to the project could also be made almost for any permitted or conditionally permitted use in the zone, or with or without the use at all. I mean, there's many variables that can affect home values. Speaking to the potential increases in homelessness and vagrancy and crime, this could also occur with or without the cannabis retail use. And the letter of opposition tended to indicate that there was already existing criminal activity in the area. The applicant has developed a security plan that meets all the requirements of the city's policies. Rates of crime and homelessness also have many variables, and among them, one of them is economic conditions. So in that regard, I mean, you could even make the argument that this business would reduce that potential by providing jobs in the area. Lastly, the existing residential complex is fenced and gated and separated from the project by from Russell Creek. And I think I wanted to be sure that those concerns had been addressed in the presentation. If we can go to the next slide, please. So in conclusion, as condition, staff is recommending that the project be found to be exempt from environmental review under CEQA, and then to approve the conditional use permit to allow the dispensary and delivery use at that site with parking reduction of 2 spaces and the off-site shared trash enclosure and off-site shared parking for 10 spaces at 816 Piner. With that, I also wanted to indicate that the staff report actually shows, I'm sorry, not the staff report, the resolution indicates that the project would have 15 shared parking spaces. And so I wanted to make the note here that if it were approved, if the motion could include something to indicate that wherever the 10 spaces is referred to in the resolution would be changed or modified to 10 spaces. And that basically concludes my presentation. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer those. And then I know that the applicant, Eric Lightfoot, is, I can't see him, but I'm pretty positive he's online and also available to answer any questions that the commission might have. That concludes my presentation.
Great, thanks, Mr. Wixon. Just for clarity's sake here, and I'll let other commissioners ask questions as well now, but we're being asked to consider reduced parking on the one side, on the Range Avenue site. And then the shared parking, it's not an either or, it's an and. They intend for both. When we make this approval, if
right.
we do, we're approving both, and it'll be instead of 15, it's 10 shared on the other site. It's an and.
And was that, did you want me to answer that?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that we're clear, because this was very, very confusing, yes. And I want to make sure we understand what it is we're doing.
Yes, it is both. It is both a parking reduction of 2 parking spaces on site, and then for the shared parking off-site, which is off-site parking is permitted by a conditional use permit. in the zoning ordinance for shared parking.
Yes.
The required, go ahead, Claire.
Claire Hartman, Deputy Director of Planning. My understanding is, yes, you're doing it as part of your use permit consideration, a parking reduction of 2 spaces for the on-site required parking. Because as you know, the parking is based on square foot. They need 14, they have 12. They're asking for a reduction of 2 spaces for on-site parking. But operationally, the applicant has presented an interest in having shared spaces in addition, adjacent to a property that they have interest in purchasing as well, and also using it for shared trash location. And so off-site parking, as you know, also needs a conditional use permit. So that's the request before you is both.
Both. Okay. And then, and I'm understanding it's being changed now from 15 spaces on the Piner address to 10. And I thought I read in the staff report that it was the intention on purchase that they keep that 816 building vacant. And is the reduction from 15 to 10 to allow some occupancy of that, and they would have adequate parking on that site with the shared parking agreement?
And again, I'm assuming you'd like me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, thanks. So yes, that is correct. They want to maintain the availability of the site to be used for some purpose. I think Eric will be able to speak to that more directly, but as to what they might be thinking, but it does allow the building to be used for other uses and would hopefully prevent it from just being held vacant.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted clarity on. Commissioners, any other questions before we move on to the applicant presentation? No? Oh, Commissioner Okrepke.
Yeah, this is kind of a random question. So, and I'm not sure if this is for staff or whom it would be for, but as I recall, 3170 Range Ave, as I recall, I know 3170 Range Ave burnt in the Tubbs fire, but before that, it was a firearm dealer. Is there anything within code, or do we know of any federal regulations about having a dispensary that close to a firearm dealer? One, would we be allowed to do that if we approve this application? Two, if it's not allowed federally, would that prevent that company from rebuilding if we put that in and reopening their business if we approve the application?
This is Claire Hartman. I'm going to say that I'm not aware of any conflict that this would cause with regards to the firearm store. I defer to staff and Assistant City Attorney Crocker if she knows anything other than that.
Yeah, this is Ashley Crocker. Hi, thanks, Claire. There are no restrictions on approving this cannabis business within this proximity to the firearm store. We have done this in other locations. I believe Mendocino Avenue comes to mind, and there are no restrictions on the ability of the firearms operator to open. We had addressed that, I believe, on Mendocino as well, and did some research into that issue, and found that it wouldn't preclude them from being able to open and operate as usual.
Okay, any other questions before we move on to the applicant? Yeah, Commissioner Carter.
So it appears from the site materials that the only functional entry to the building is the main entry from the parking lot. Will the delivery operations also operate out of that front entry?
So is it okay to answer that, Chair Cisco?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
No, this is your chance to answer our questions. The issue before had to do with the EIR.
Yeah, sure.
And moving into a public hearing.
Okay.
So you're good.
I want to be sure that I'm speaking correctly here. So,
Okay.
So the deliveries will be done through a side entry door, which are to the west side of the building. Basically, as you're looking at the site plan, as I presented it, it would have been on the left side of the building. but it will be taken with 2 security guards present on site. They will take the delivery person through the parking lot, and we're talking about vendor deliveries here, right? So they'll take them through the parking lot and into the delivery or receiving door, which is on that west side of the building. And I could describe more of what they would do once it's in the building, but that answers your question, I think.
Any other questions of Mr. Wixon before we move to the applicant? Okay, great. And so is our applicant somewhere out there wishing to make the presentation?
I'm here. This is Eric Lightman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. Well, thank you, commissioners. Good evening. And thank you, Mike, for the presentation. I am General Counsel and Head of Compliance for Authentic. We are, so Shrine Group is the owner of this. It's a vertically integrated company. We have significant experience operating retail. We have 6 open retail in the state of California, including one in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Palm Desert. So we are operators at heart, and we take great pride in what we do. And we look forward to this opportunity here in Santa Rosa. We have several brands that we own, including one that is either 1 or 2, depends on where you look in the state. So we have great customer recognition. We have strong finances, and we leverage our vertical integration really to kind of weather any storms, any market disruptions, which has really been a strong suit for us during COVID right now. So we also take great pride in bringing the community into the fold and working with the community as partners. We hire locally 100%. We are unionized, so we have a contract CBA with the USCW. We offer a living wage to all of our employees, full medical benefits, and we also take great pride in the fact that we are one of the first cannabis companies in California to offer employer-funded pension plans. So we are trying to take cannabis into the new world, into the into the future, so to speak, and really work with our employees and with the community, and we view them as partners in this. We also have good relationships with the BCC, with the state regulatory bodies, and also with the local jurisdictions where we work. We like to kind of work hand in glove with the local police, and with all the key stakeholders in this retail. We also offer a great workforce development program to our employees to continue to develop their education as we grow the business. I also want to emphasize our commitment to safety, and this really can't be emphasized enough. We do have we're going to have 2 guards on duty, as we said in the security plan. We have one who's going to be 24/7 monitoring overnight, right exterior lighting, and when we do have if we were to have any complaints from neighbors about anything, we really try to incorporate what they say into our business plan to try to get better. And just to kind of touch on this site in particular, we think that we've developed a good solution by adding the additional parking next door to that building. We're still deciding exactly what we're going to do with it, but I think at this point it's going to be either some type of R&D laboratory for for non-cannabis, or potentially offices for non-retail employees. So that's what we're thinking for the next door property, but we do plan on maintaining that property and potentially using it once this gets approved. That's really it. Mike covered most of the key points. If you have any questions, again, we do look forward to this opportunity, and we thank you all for your time and your consideration here.
Great, thank you. Any questions right now, the applicant, before we go to the public hearing? Okay, great. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and open our public hearing, and if you would like to speak on this item, if you're on Zoom, you press the little raise hand button. If you want to call in, you press *9, and that will get the host to be aware that you're there, and he will call on you as in order. And you'll have 3 minutes to speak. There's a timer right on the screen, and your comments end right when the time runs out. So, and I want to check with Mr. Maloney. Do we have anyone wishing to speak?
At this time, no one is raising their hand.
Okay. Let's give it just one more minute and see if anybody decides to show up. And we still have no one?
Correct. It appears we have about 6 or 7 members of the public, and no one at this time is raising their hand.
No one's raising their hand. They're just watching. Okay. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. No really response is needed from the applicant. No questions raised by the public to staff. Any other questions to either the applicant or staff before we consider this? Okay. So would somebody like to read the resolution for the purposes of discussion? And I think in reading that resolution, just include generally that the resolution would be modified wherever necessary from 15 shared parking spaces to 10. I think that'll take care of it. So Commissioner Duggan, you're going to do it? Thank you. Thank you.
I'll move a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Santa Rosa approving a conditional use permit for SGI Santa Rosa LLC DBA Authentic 707, a commercial adult use cannabis retail use dispensary and delivery use in an existing 3,500 square foot building, including display and sale of cannabis related paraphernalia and edible products, and include a minor parking reduction of 2 spaces located at 3175 Range Avenue, APN 015-710-020, file number CUP19-102, and revise, I believe it's condition number 12, to a minimum of 10 spaces at the adjacent parcel, and waive further reading.
Great. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was moved by Commissioner Duggan with the modification, seconded by Commissioner Okrepke. Commissioner Okrepke, how about you? You want to start?
Chair Shisco, I'm sorry, this is Ashley Crocker. I just wanted to ask for clarification. I had made a note regarding adding a condition that the applicant would provide a shared agreement for offsite trash container. Or can we clarify that with Mr. Whitson?
It on the site, so maybe we
maybe I got
yes.
Yeah, can we check that with Mr. Wixon? I may have gotten that wrong, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, let's make sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So that is correct. It is also for a shared offsite trash enclosure.
But where is the trash enclosure?
It was located on the site plan at the northwest corner of the parking lot of the address at 3175 Range Avenue.
Okay.
And it was located immediately adjacent to that. So if you were to look at the site plan in the attachments, you'll see it right at the that northwest corner.
But Ms. Crocker, you're saying we should put a condition in that indicates it's shared, even regardless of which site it's placed? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I was thinking that there would just be a condition added that the applicant would provide a shared trash, I'm not sure how to say, a shared trash enclosure offsite at the northwest corner of the parking lot of 3175 Range, or to describe generally the location. Do you have something better than that?
Chair
Mike?
Cisco?
No, I don't. And I would suggest that that just be modified condition 12 to just add the shared trash enclosure.
Right.
Okay, wait a second. Vice Chair Weeks, you got something you
Well, it is referenced on in A under on page 1. The last sentence.
Okay.
Or second to the last sentence.
Right. Do we need to do more than that, Ms. Crocker? It just indicates it's shared with 816 Piner, but I think the enclosure itself is going to be on range and shared with Piner, not put on Piner and shared with this site. So it's not really off-site.
No, it will be off-site and it will be at 819 Piner, but it's immediately adjacent to the northwest corner of 3175 Range Avenue.
Oh, okay, well that's again not clear. So
okay.
What would you suggest we do, Ms. Crocker?
I would suggest at this point just adding it as a condition, whether we revise condition 12 to just add an offsite agreement for the trash enclosure is fine. And I can pen some language more specifically with staff offline, but the intent would be to amend that condition 12, not only to reflect 10 spaces, as was already noted, but to also include a shared offsite agreement for a trash enclosure at the northwest corner of the parking lot of 3175 Range, if I got that correct.
Thank you do this time, and it's, boy, this is a moving target. Okay, so can Commissioner Duggan just remove the resolution, or what do we do with this that we've moved and seconded as not modified?
How about a friendly amendment to modify as just discussed, and that could be accepted by the maker and the seconder?
Okay, and that can come as part of our discussion.
Correct.
Okay. So
that would probably be cleanest at this point. Thank you, Chair Cisco.
Yeah, that sounds clean. So Commissioner Okrepke, how about if you start and maybe you could be the proposer of the friendly amendment to condition 12 that you seconded, and Commissioner Duggan, you guys both have to agree to it. So how about if you propose it?
I didn't write down exactly.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what do you want to say about the project?
As proposed, I'm in favor of the of the applicant and can make all the required findings. I didn't write down exactly what the friendly amendment was going to be, so
you could just make a
go ahead.
Make a friendly amendment to add a condition addressing the trash enclosure offsite, as was discussed.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot easier. I'll make a friendly amendment to having the trash offsite as discussed.
Okay. And then Commissioner Duggan, are you in agreement with that?
Yes, I am. I can accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. So now we can consider that as part of our discussion, that it's in the resolution. Ms. Crocker.
That's correct. That's a part of the motion, the resolution on the table at this time.
Okay. So Commissioner Okrepke, anything else you want to say about this project?
No, I can make all the required findings and support the applicant.
Okay, great. Commissioner Collier, how about you?
I can make all the required findings and will also be supporting this project with the friendly amendment. Very important friendly trash enclosure amendment.
Really? Right. Commissioner Peterson.
Well, I can make all the required findings. I appreciate the applicant's commitment to, particularly to the, sounds like high labor standards and good employee treatment. Again, this is the kind of, the goal of the ordinance is to attract the kind of investment and jobs and economic stimulus that is actually valuable rather than sort of a low wage and secure kind of thing. So hearing the room for advancement, the living wage, and pension funding is always good as a bonus, separate from the land use things. Just briefly, I know we've got some people watching who may not have seen our other cannabis discussions. This is old hat, I think, for the Planning Commission at this point. But one of the kind of counterintuitive things that comes up with these projects when we see complaints, there's an existing issue with whatever transients, loitering, other issues that the public commented about. These kinds of projects, because they have on-site security, because it's 24 hours a day, can have the beneficial effect of improving the quality of life in the neighborhood. And I'm hopeful that with the high standards that exist in the cannabis ordinance, again, it's no odor detectable outside. There's going to be security on site. At least we haven't had any evidence either in the press or in these hearings that there's been a steep increase in crime related to these. And I think normalizing it does, in fact, reduce the likelihood that there will be. So I can make all the required findings. I think it's an appropriate use for the project, and that includes the friendly amendment. Stepping beyond that, just briefly, to give some teeth to one of the other parts of the ordinance, which is to try and distribute cannabis businesses throughout the city. I think the public comments, and we hear this all the time in Northwest, is there's too many. We've got enough. We've got processing, manufacturing, retail. They're all coming up there. I think the farthest east one is the one on Montgomery Village near the French American Charter School. Just to staff or in general, I don't know what the structural issues there are, if any, if it's related to the commercial property, but I would hope that we can start getting a more equitable distribution of these retail businesses out on Highway 12, out in the Santa Rosa Valley more, out on the, Rincon Valley, really put some teeth to the ordinance. So with that, I can make all the required findings.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Duggan.
I can make all the required findings and support the project.
Great, short and sweet. Commissioner Carter.
I think the applicant has put together an exemplary application, and his operation will be a benefit to the community and the neighborhood, and I can make all the required findings, including the friendly amendments and the modifications to the off-site parking.
Great. Vice Chair Weeks.
I also can make all the required findings, and I'm supportive of the project. And like Commissioner Peterson, I'm really pleased to hear their benefit and employment package. I think that is the type of businesses that we need in the community. And I can make all the required findings with the friendly amendment and with the revision of the off-site parking.
Okay, great. And I also can make all of the required findings. I mean, I think this is, it's a solid applicant. I think it'll be a good manufacturer, dispensary. Where I was having trouble, and I'm glad that it got fixed, was with the shared parking agreement, we were going to end up with potentially just a vacant building. And to me, that is not keeping up with our goals to make our industrial areas vibrant. So that was bothering me. Now that it's down to 10 and that building can be utilized in some fashion, I'm feeling much more comfortable. But certainly has nothing to do with the applicant's business and how they do things. And I agree with Commissioner Peterson. What we keep seeing is that there is increased security there. They actually can help a troubled area because of the increased security. So I also will be voting yes on this. And so our resolution was moved by Commissioner Duggan, seconded by Commissioner Okrepke. It included the modification to condition 12 and a friendly amendment to deal with the shared offsite trash enclosure. And so with that, will our recording secretary take our votes, please?
Yes, we're going to do this in alphabetical order. So if we could First have Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
And Commissioner Duggan.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalia.
Aye.
Commissioner Okrepke.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Weeks.
Aye.
And Chair Cisco.
Aye. And so that passes with 7 ayes. And I believe that concludes this item. And we can move on to item 10.3, and I would just ask Ms. Crocker, this item was indicated as continued already on the agenda to 8/27/2020. We don't need to take any further action, is that correct?
Actually, if you don't mind, I think Ms. Hartman may want to speak to that, but my understanding is that we are going to ask, staff is requesting a continuance to a date uncertain, as it will need to be renoticed. So I wanted to clarify that. If Ms. Hartman wants to add more, she may jump in. But otherwise, you could do a motion to continue to a date uncertain.
Okay, so should I just call it out right now with the title and then invite Ms. Hartman to tell us what to do? Or do you want to step in right now?
I think we can, if you may, I think we can do it now. Okay. Is that correct? Yeah.
I would concur.
Okay, so the recommendation is to continue to a date uncertain, and I know in the staff memo that's provided in the packet and was posted with this agenda, it referenced interest in going to the next available meeting, which was August 27th, I believe. However, I do think the most accurate position for the city at this point is to continue it to a date uncertain, to require that renoticing, because the nature of the change, which is rendering this need, is because it's a change in scope of project. And so I would recommend that.
All right, so would a commissioner like to move that this be continued to a date uncertain? How about you, Vice Chair Weeks? You want to make that motion?
Make a motion that this item be continued to a date uncertain.
And I need a second.
And I can second.
Okay, great. So that was moved by Vice Chair Weeks, seconded by Commissioner Peterson to move item 10.3, which is the Starbucks reuse exempt project conditional use permit to a date uncertain. So I guess we need to vote. So yeah, so would the recording secretary take our votes, please?
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Duggan.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalia.
Aye.
Commissioner Okrepke.
Aye.
Commissioner Peterson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Weeks.
Aye.
And Chair Cisco.
Aye. And so that continuance passes with 7 ayes. And I believe that concludes our business tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and adjourn our meeting to our August 27th meeting.